distinguished guests, eminent speakers, and our partners. So, today we have organized the Business Meets Sustainability Summit. This particular summit is being organized under the aegis of our Bcc&I National Sustainability Forum, which is being chaired by Shri M.K. De, former Chief Secretary of Government of West Bengal. Unfortunately, he's stuck up in Cyprus, and due to the war situation, he could not make it today. He will be returning to Calcutta tonight. We have Dr. Meera Mitra, member Bcc&I Sustainability National Forum and member governing body of Center for Responsible Business, who is one of the key advisor of this summit. We also have Shri Parthoes Bhattacharya, who was the ex-chairman of Coal India and chairman of PLS Group, as an advisor of this, advisor and special member of this forum. We also have Mr. Sudipta Bhattacharya, who is also an advisor and special invitee in this forum. So, this summit, as I mentioned, is a larger part of the Sustainability National Forum, and it aims to draw high-level national and international leadership to participate all through the inaugural day, that is March 5th, followed by key focus areas and interactive workshops tomorrow as well. So I welcome Dr. Meera Mitra, member Bcc&I Sustainability National Forum and governing body, member governing body of CRB, Center for Responsible Business, to please come up on the stage, ma'am. I request Mr. Shubhit Chakraborty, sir, former President Bcc&I and former MD and CEO, Excite Industries, and also a member of Bcc&I Sustainability National Forum. Mr. Keiichi Higuchi, President, Kawasaki Rikuso Transportation. Mr. Vijay Goel, Regional ED, ER1, NTPC Limited. Mr. Anupam Mukhopadhyay, Executive Director, CGD Marketing, GAIL India Limited, and Chief Executive Officer of Bengal Gas Company Limited. And Mr. S.K. Das, Executive Director, Technical and Head of Haldia Refinery, Indian Oil Corporation. We also have Dr. Devalina Sengupta, Assistant Vice President and Chief Operating Officer, Energy Transition Institute, University of Houston. She will be joining online. So I request Meera ma'am to commence this summit by setting up the context of SDGs and sustainability in context of change. Please, ma'am.
Thank you, Abhishek Babu. Good morning, namaskar. It is my great pleasure on behalf of the BCCI Sustainability National Forum to welcome you all to this Business Meets Sustainability Summit. It has a sub-theme called Leveraging Business Imperatives and SDGs, Leveraging Science, Innovation, Technology, Finance for the SDGs. So the following sessions will definitely highlight all the technical aspects. I am here only to welcome you on behalf of the committee and also on behalf of the chair of the forum, Mr. Molay De, who was the former Chief Secretary of the Government of West Bengal. So the forum has very many distinguished speakers, distinguished members, and this is one of our early minted efforts in this direction. An abundance of front-runner initiatives, knowledge-sharing experiences, and networks are poised to unfold over the day. The distinct delegates and speakers and others, business and social leaders in the audience, special welcome to you. Ahead of this expose in the different sessions, I take this opportunity to share a few perspectives on SDGs and sustainabilities in the context of change. So in September 2015, we remind ourselves the UN Agenda 2030 for the SDG saw 193 UN member states, including India, commit to collaborative action for, quote, people, planet, and prosperity, and also, quote, peace and partnerships. I mention this because I know the context outside of this is fairly the opposite. Intensification of conflict and of climate events and economic upheavals. So the question, of course, is, can sustainability sustain? This actually needs a lot of driving, deepening the gains that we have had, and also acknowledging and understanding the significance of challenges and the new tools available to meet them. On the gain side, the very big gain is continued commitment to sustainability globally and by India is firm. The India in the recent VNRRR, which is the Voluntary National Review report, played a huge role a decade after the SDG agenda was set in 2030 in not only presenting all their various programs and prospects, but also presenting at the ministerial high-level political forum. So the country is behind this, and that is a very big kind of support. The recently concluded India-EU FTA, which is infused with the joint Indo-European strategic agenda, is sprinkled throughout, as I looked at it, with sustainability initiatives. And I think this will be a further impetus to the emerging activities and interests on this front. However, on the side-by-side, actually, business has been nudged into nation-building exercises since liberalization. And through a variety of methodologies, including from the early CSI guidelines in 2009, if anybody remembers it, to various stops on the way to the BRSR reporting, which now integrates ESG very strongly and is now part of the mandatory requirement. So we should all be pushing ourselves in that direction. However, on the challenge side, many things remain. The SDG index score globally and for India has been very sluggish and disappointing. But overall, and I look at the positive side, there is a trajectory of moving forward on a positive slope. So although the report, the latest report, 2025, says at the global level, there are 17 goals of the SDGs are currently on course, not on course to be achieved by 2030, according to the UN. India has moved up on the score, SDG score during this period, and also pulled up its rank on SDG and sustainability to 99 from 167 nations. So going forward about the challenges that I see for us as a country is that it is important to recall that Agenda 2030, which 193 nations committed to in 2015, had one overarching pledge, among many others, but there was only one pledge which was overarching, which was, quote, leave no one behind. Now this came with the vision that as people got incorporated more and more into the prosperity and participation process, then prosperity will grow. So, and for this particular pledge in the in the agenda, in the preamble of the agenda, is very important for India. So ahead of March 8th, which is Women's Day, which will be celebrated globally a few days from now, the spotlight is on the need of speedier action to drive greater participation. The kind of information which is coming out is giving us a more important sense of where we are going. So according to the World Economic Forum 2025 Gender Gap Report, it'll take 127 years for gender parity to be achieved. And that is 5 generations from now. This is the reality that we are working with. For countries like South Asia and East Asia, it'll take longer. So in the WEF Gender Gap Report, India 2025, India is ranked 131st out of 148 countries. And so there's a long way to go. Additionally, there is also information how even in the formal pipeline, this whole thing about women includes everybody, but in the formal pipeline, recent studies have shown that at entry level, women are there 33%, although they are, as graduates, they are about 48% of the total graduates. So they're 33%, with the remaining being filled by men. And as they go up the formal executive ladder, that percentage slips very strongly and slowly, rapidly. So this is the McKinsey Gender Gap Report 2025. Now how can all this be addressed? One other important dimension of the large exclusions, because we were talking about the single idea of the pledge that no one will be left behind, is a poverty in this country. India has a lot of difficulties because of its size and complexity and recent liberalization, so it's fairly a new nation from that perspective in terms of going forward. But the 4th largest nation of the world, which we'd like to be, despite reduction in poverty, still has 365 million people living in highly vulnerable conditions. So the poverty is divided into extreme poverty, normal poverty, and highly vulnerable conditions. So that number is 365 million, and you can keep dipping in and out of that whole process if you don't have the necessary support. So what is the kind of support that is necessary there? And here I want to say there is, of course, a huge impact of gender sensitization, because you are inculcated with codes from the time that you're a child, from the time you're at birth in a rural area. The dye differentiates between a male child and a female child in terms of the compensation. With the male child, of course, you get much more. The other thing is, of course, we don't do enough. And I'd like to share, with the permission of the Consul General of Germany, Ms. Barbara Voss, I was so delighted to get a letter from her which said that I don't do only male panels. So she will only appear if there is a woman there. So I'm the representative on this panel, and of course we have another woman also. And I am happy to tell Ms. Voss that this was done even before she had that letter there. So this is a kind of push that we have to give. And she informed me during our conversation recently that even men push that and say that I will not be there if there is not a woman represented on the panel. I hope we can take a cue from this, and Bengal Chamber can initiate this process and encourage that demand. So let me come back quickly to what is it that can be done. And one of the main things that is being said is the digital journey linking to Agenda 2030. And here again, in the VNRR report, which is the high-level report which is presented by India in the global international gaze, the digital journey is described as, is described as being linked to Agenda 2030. And there are a number of initiatives mentioned there as to what is happening already, platforms that are being used, and so on. We also have the whole approach of the government is all of society approach, which means that you have to take all the stakeholders into consideration. So here also, we have the stakeholders, which means all the constituents at the national, state, and lower level. Now, all of this change, where we are using these new technologies and then we are moving forward into speed. We're really looking at speed of transition when we use of technology. And AI has come hitched to the wagon of innovation, science, finance, and technology. And it is propagating or is promising, in the words of one of our AI global leaders, abundant sustainability. So this abundant sustainability, of course, is something that everybody would like, but I think we are all mindful that there is also interim abundant redundancy before we catch up again on the resilience path. So those things have to be managed, including the digital penetration and all the rest of it, the gender sensitization. So what are the kinds of actors that we need to do this? And one of the other things which I mentioned before I conclude is that the AIP index, which is the AI preparedness index, India ranks below the East Asian countries and East and South Asian countries, a little, but well above the sub-Sahara group. So there is an alignment with North American countries leading, then Europe, then developing nations, developed nations, then you have the East Asian countries, and then you East and South Asian countries, sub-Sahara. So there is this alignment. And what does that mean when you talk about digital transformation? Can we go with fundamental things when the rest of the world is going somewhere else? I think these are questions that we'll have to ask. So I will end by asking this question: what is the kind of person, what are the actors we need to bring this transition of trickling up from the bottom and contributing to the whole issue of prosperity and sustainability? Of course, all the sessions here are talking to specific issues, and all of them, there's no SDG which does not have an indicator which talks about something relating to access and affordable things for the people. So whatever SDGs you are talking about, and the importance of how you're going and the speed with which you're taking this forward, these things will all be there. So what are the kinds of actors? So first, we need an entrepreneurial state. That means a state which is nimble, strategic, working in partnerships. And I think that movement has begun, but more of it has to happen. The second is the public-minded business. So integrating deeply the people, planet, profit into the business models. And I was looking at the latest NSE report 2025 on ESG integration with a group called the SES. And it's clear that things on the environment, energy, and governance are highly invested in, whereas the social sector is really very low on that field. So I think from hearing this from NSE, and I think this is signaling the direction that will be expected in the future. I think these studies are important signals, and then also what's happening globally. So the entrepreneurial state, the public-minded business integrating deeply with ESG. There's also emerging trends of venture philanthropists, which means not just a philanthropist, but one who tries to get to the goals in a very systematic way. And of course, explored at the other end was Gandhi's Economics of God trusteeship, which is a spiritual awakening of process. So that is into the future or into now even. And finally, the first mile community civil society. The civil society and community are famously being talked about as the last mile contributors, linking the gap. They have to take a role in becoming the first mile in the design process and taking this forward. So with those few words, I thank you, and thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak. I just wanted to say one word, because already mentioned, Mr. Molay Dey, former Chief Secretary, maybe I said it, he has been held up in his travels, and he would have been here to introduce you in person, but he sends his apologies for not being here. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. May I now request Shubhi sir, chairperson of the session on affordable and accessible clean energy, to take it forward, sir.
Good morning. So, on behalf of BCC&I, I again welcome you to this August conference. We have a panel of very distinguished speakers here, who I'm sure will be talking to you about the specific subject of affordable and accessible clean energy. However, since this is a conference on sustainability, I would like to give a few of my own thoughts on the subject before we get to the individual speakers. Why do we keep on harping about sustainability? To a logical mind, it would appear that this should come naturally, isn't it? Humans should live sustainably, but then we do not. So the question is, why do we not? Let me take you back down the pages of history to 70 to 80,000 years ago, when Homo sapiens first started to migrate from the African Rift Valley.
Recording stopped.
They left behind areas of devastation. They destroyed forests, they killed a lot of animals, and that is how human beings have progressed. We must understand living unsustainably is part of our DNA, which is why we have to strive extra hard to live sustainably. If we do not recognize this fact, we will not be making any progress. Because we must understand that Homo sapiens is a unique species on this planet which has got sustainability in its DNA. Let me give you an example. If you look at the tiger will never hunt if the tiger is not hungry. If the tiger is hungry, then only it will hunt. Otherwise, you can present whole lot of food in front of the tiger will just ignore that. If you look at a well-balanced forest system, the deer reproduces at 4 times the rate of the tiger, and the tiger and the deer, they live in a sustainable fashion. So, the DNA which is there in all of us compels us to live in a fashion which is unsustainable. And the reason being that we want to accumulate more than we require. This is the core reason as to why human beings have to continue to talk about sustainability because we want to hoard, we want to consume more than we normally require for day-to-day existence. This is at the core of the problem. However, now let me shift to the subject on hand, which is affordable and accessible clean energy. Now, if we have to drive sustainability to the lowest rung of the pyramid, we need to look at affordable clean energy. Today, if you go down the road, you will see many of these small shops which serve street food, or even the person who irons clothes. You will find that person is using a coal chula, a coal oven, which obviously when that is fired, it causes a lot of pollution. Efforts have been made to convert. In the past, positive efforts have been made by various NGOs and I think even the corporation to convert these to LPG, but it has not worked. Reason it has not worked is because it is not affordable. So we have to really think very innovatively because ultimately what wins is the economics. If the economics is not in favor, it will never work. So I think we need to think in a very different fashion if we have to drive sustainability to the lowest rung of the pyramid. Now coming to industrial scale, I think all of us know about solar parks, wind parks, net metering. Now, what can really drive non-fossil fuels in our country is long-range solar access or long-range renewable access, which is there in some states, not there in some other states. In fact, I would even venture to add that instead of intrastate long-range solar access, we should think of interstate long-range solar access because a lot of areas in our country are very arid, which are not suitable for agriculture. We can set up solar parks and the consumers anywhere in the country can get the benefit of this. So this must be accelerated if we have to really derive the benefits of renewable energy and clean energy. Along with that, I think battery energy storage systems, because as we know that all these renewable sources of energy are intermittent and therefore we require very robust energy storage systems, need not necessarily be battery, can be mechanical also. Like we have the Purulia pump storage system in West Bengal. We need to think of ways and means of how to store energy so that we are comfortable with generating intermittent sources of energy. So with these few thoughts, I think I will now go back to the distinguished panel which is here. I will go in the order it's mentioned in the paper. So I would request Mr. Keiichi Higuchi, President Kawasaki Rikuso Transportation, to give his address. Now, after every speaker gives his address, I will try to summarize, and at the end of it, if we have time, we'll have a few questions from the audience. Thank you. Mr. Higuchi.
Well, good morning. My name is Keiichi Higuchi of Kawasaki Rikuso Transportation Company in Tokyo, Japan. And thank you very much for inviting me. And this is my honor to have such kind of opportunity to explain about our project ongoing in West Bengal. And first of all, this picture shows about in 1933. My grandfather was there, and maybe I can I? Oh, do you have pointer or here? No? Oh, I cannot point. But anyway, so my father was 3 years old, and we began our business in the city of Kawasaki. That's why we call Kawasaki Rixo. And February 21st, just last month, was our 102nd anniversary. And just 2 days before, March 3rd, was my 68th birthday. So I could spend my birthday here in Kolkata, but today, thank you very much. But I first would like to explain that even you say sustainability, but first of all, I am strong believer that human beings have to be sustainable. So we need to eat nice food, but healthy and reliable and safe. So sustainable means putting less input, because transportation always consumes energy. Our company is, let's see here. Oh. Our company, 102nd years old, and doing the business of public warehousing and trucking and customs clearance and value-add activities. We always consume lots of fuel and electricity, but making the input less, that means sustainable, but also we can generate the profit. So sustainability and profit, I think we can do both of them, but many people think it's costly. So I like to introduce our activities here, both in Japan and India, but please understand, we have only 176 trucks, and our revenue is only 53 or 60 million dollars in US. And like we are the SMEs, but still we can do many things for sustainability. And most of our customers are like Coca-Cola, or Meiji is the largest chocolate company, and these kind of really sweets and nice for kids. Unfortunately, we handle very few alcohol, but so our company is really popular to employees' kids. And we began to operate so-called solar power and battery charging temperature-controlled warehouse, or renovated in Sakado City in 70 kilometers north from Tokyo. And this warehouse has solar panels and charged in the batteries. And almost 40% of all the electricity are powered by solar power. And we began this because after we were hit by the big earthquake in 2011, then we felt that necessity to have a reliable source, not to discontinue our service of logistics. So the system is like that. So during the daytime, solar panel generates electricity and operate the warehouse. But also the residue of the electricity are charged, they charge to the battery in storage. Then in the evening, when sun down, then the battery discharge electricity to operate the warehouse. So, as you know, that lots of problems in the world, the cost of price of electricity has been increasing day by day. And it's enormous, especially to operate cold storage or temperature cold storage. You know, the electric bill becomes so high. That's why we don't sell our electricity generated by solar, but we 100% consume by ourselves. And it does serve as BCP, business continuity planning. So even any kind of problem happens in the warehouse, of course, we have the diesel power generator, but we keep that minimum, the small amount, because solar power can generate most of that. So we don't need to have a huge one. Then, because of the lots of problem in Japan for aging society and many are seniors, and this is my personal experience that I always invited to wedding ceremony here. But right after I go back to Japan, always funeral. Less younger people marry. So I seriously considered the necessity to go overseas because the amount or volume of products to be transported in Japan are decreasing or declining every year. So our revenue will going down. So I found the Spark Bangla project in India, and I made this assumption for creating a smaller scale warehouses, not photogenic, really huge warehouse, temperature controlled or cold storage in various places in India. That becomes, the transportation distance becomes less. And especially in agricultural products, I found that many farmers are transporting their vegetables with small quantity, only like a 20 kg or something, and bring to the warehouse. But if we deploy many warehouses, they need to travel less. That means less energy. Then, after we built the warehouse in here, Shingu, actually the very first time I did not know about the meaning of Shingu here, and Tata's factory issues, but anyway, that does not affect me. But Singapore was very nice location to build our showcase small warehouse and still operating right now without any problem. So our experimentation in Singapore was so successful. That's why we decided to make the second warehouse in Shingu and Nakashipara in Nadia district. The Shingu warehouse possibly due and completed around probably December this year. And this is under the construction right now. But this is not really huge warehouse, so big warehouse. But we brought two important Japanese techniques or skill of storage. You can see the wooden wall bars, and this is a warehouse in Japan for storing rice. This is called nizuri, and nizuri is protecting the wall from hitting by fork trucks or cargo, but also make the space to circulate the air alongside the wall. So it distributes and make the air even, temperatures even. Another thing is shikui. That's a lime plaster or lime painting. And originally it came from Iran and India and eventually transferred to China, Korea, and came to Japan many years ago. But now you cannot find the lime plaster here, but we use the shikui plaster for outside wall of these castle or old warehouses. Then this is the completed shikui and nizuri type warehouse in Shingo. The small, only 1,700 square feet. But this serves as a processing room for vegetables. So this is kind of like a solution with not high technology, but I by myself call medium technology. And this is what the ladies are sorting and packing, selecting for to be sold in Spencer's stores in Kolkata. So we do from the farm to the table, building the supply chain of vegetables from farm to the table. And we instruct farmers how to cultivate with efficient way and try to make less disposal or less reduction. Or display is arranged to make or forecast, everything is arranged to reduce dump rate. So I found that so many vegetables or fruits are dumped or wasted here in India, and if you can reduce only 5% or 6%, huge amount of energy can be saved and less vehicle or less power should, and also farmers can get more money. That is very simple. So sustainability, it can be in many ways. So first, of course, solar power, but also we instruct drivers in Japan and began to instruct our drivers fuel efficient driving practice. You can increase the fuel efficient driving and increase the fuel economy like 15% or 20%. That's very easy. But many drivers here don't care. But just checking their tire pressure or air cleaner, periodical cleaning, or such kind of small practice can increase the fuel economy. So we need to educate people, train people to be sustainable, or efficient movement of vegetables, or strong insulation that I'm going to explain later, that if you insulate very much with very nice insulation, then you can use only very small AC, air conditioner. Or I found many hotels or everywhere you set the temperature 20 degrees. Do you really need 20 degrees? If you raise just 1 or 2 degrees, you can save energy a lot. So everyone needs to learn about sustainability with less effort, not really a big investment. And I said less rejection or dump rates, then everything can be smaller. That means more farmers or more people can access to sustainability and lots of efficient manner or efficient products. Let me explain about one example, make the flow of vegetables from farm to retail outlet, I would say just in time. That's a Toyota's method. First, farmers are always harvest to meet the scheduled pickup. That means we announce to farmers, we are going to pick your vegetable 8:40 or 9 o'clock. Then farmer begins to harvest their vegetables maybe 6 o'clock in the morning to meet. This is to avoid longer exposure to the sun, especially during the summer. That deteriorates and damages vegetables. So we announce farmers the pickup time. This is called the milk run pickup schedule, or like a bus. And the farmer can adjust their schedule, maybe 5 o'clock in the morning or 7 o'clock in the morning, so just in time pickup. Then we bring in to our warehouse, and our ladies make pick, pack, salt, and polish there with the schedule. So they know about which time vegetables are bringing in. So all the materials and everything are prepared before that. Then we store around 20 degrees in Celsius for these vegetables, then ship next day to the supermarket. And of course, we wash carrots and leafy vegetables by RO water to make vegetables much fresher and live longer. So these kind of small operational arrangement can reduce lots of damage or throw away. But of course, we need to do more. Still, our rejection rate is high, like 10%, 15%. But I want to target our rejection rate or dump rate to less than 2% in the future. 2% is probably our Japanese standard. No, but 15% is still crazy. But volume here is huge. So 10% decline, reduction is, you can get huge amount of profit out of that. And the insulation. This is the vertical picture of the wall, and shikui is on the left, 1.5 millimeter. But also we have mortar and the board, last cut board, then air space filled with glass fibers, glass wool. Then brick. The brick is standard in India. Then again, we paint outside with waterproof paints. So these thick wall insulate the room's temperature very much, and eventually we can consume less energy. So our solar power in Shingu can generate more than 25 kVA per hour, but we consume only 5 or 6. That's all. That's more than we expected. So because the AC works with least amount of energy, so they can continue and still non-stop almost 7 years without any stop. I think we can use another 5 or 6 years for those AC before replacing them. And this is, we monitor the harvest, crops or vegetables from Tokyo. These are solar-powered surveillance camera lined up. These are chili. And I'm hoping to export this to Japan. But of course, farmers, they have area, and everyday inspection is very difficult. So we put these surveillance camera purchased from Amazon, and we connect it with a very cheap SIM, and actually that I can monitor or staff monitor from our home in Tokyo. And something happens, we pick up the phone, and something wrong to the farmer. And farmer goes and correct it. So this type of small action can be, can contribute to reduce the rejection or damage. And we are trying to make this detection by AI right now. And possibly that AI can detect and automatically make a phone call or email to the farmer. Then farmer can, the bugs are swarming in to the area or polyhouse or whatever the accident can be monitored. And ladies are very important for our operations. Almost half of our employees are ladies, and they are doing sales or value-add activities, and we want to contribute to such kind, especially for the rural villages. But it's same. Japan, India, ladies are much good and gentle to handle vegetables or everything. So less rejection rate or less mistake. So I very much appreciate the efforts of these ladies. So I found India still selling quantity, not in quality. So consumers visit supermarket and they pick up each potato or whatever tomato, this is good, this is bad, they select by themselves. But this is waste of time because we transport the bad items too to supermarket. If we can bring only good items, then no return. Or we can save the consumers time. So that should be sustainable. So eventually, this will also benefit to increase the farmers' income. So fresh vegetable from Single is our brand, and we also put these faces, farmers' face, to our packet. So consumers can understand who made it. Because many people, especially younger generations, wants to feed their babies or family much safer and reliable food. You don't want to eat unknown source, the food from unknown source. But if you know about this is made by whom, traceability would be another trend in India too. So anyway, this is the end of my presentation, but please remember that sustainability is first human being, and we need to eat safe and delicious but reliable foods to survive. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Higuchi, for that very illuminating presentation. Introducing Nizuri and Shikui technologies, as well as the small things that one can do in a warehouse to make it more efficient and less energy dependent. I now request Mr. Vijay Goyal, Regional Executive Director, NTPC Limited, to give his talk. In the interest of time, may I request all the speakers to stick to between 5 to 7 minutes.
Thank you. Good morning to all. We are talking about the sustainability. One of the part of the sustainability is the affordability and clean energy. I come from the organization known as the largest utility of the country, NTPC Limited. Earlier we were restricted or limited to the thermal power generation. Now we are generating power from all source of power, energy, whether it is solar power, wind power, hydropower, and as a backward integration we are also in the coal mining. So NTPC is a energy value chain company these days, having the revenue of around $20 billion. And we are going ahead in terms of the energy with respect to the PSP, pumped storage, and the green hydrogen, apart from the battery storage, which are the requirement of the future, or up to a large extent now they have come to the present case. Now we will talk about the global scenario. It speaks about the globally GDP growth versus electricity demand versus carbon emission. If we see the graph, then it speaks out in 2005. If we take the ratio of the energy per USD, it was around 3.6 and now it is coming down to 2.7. So there is a reduction of 25% of the energy cost. So that makes it globally affordable. And then later on we will talk about the in terms of the country and more specific to in terms of the NTPC. So one of the aspect of the clean energy and affordability, when we talk about the with respect to the global scenario, so this depicts the scenario. Now we talk about this sustainability. Sustainability of the society is one of the element, because if the society is there, then we talk about the sustainability. Now the second element of sustainability is the economics, because economics is the driver of the each and every activity. So economics has to be kept in mind when we talk about the sustainability. And if we talk about these two elements, then the third element is the environment. If the environment is not conducive, whether it is for the human being, whether it is for the industry, whether it is for the other aspect, then the things will not be sustainable. So sustainability requires all three elements, and if we see in terms of the society, it is equitable, sustainable and bearable. If we talk about economics, then we talk about the equality and the viability, both are important when we talk about this one. In terms of the environment, it goes that the environment should be able to bear the activities which we are carrying out. If our activities are not in resonance with the environment, then the things will not be sustainable in the long term. Now we talk about the SDG 7, what the madam has talked in his opening remarks, that they are the goals which were conceptualized in 2015 and they were to be met by 2030. Universal access to affordable, reliable and modern energy activities. When we talk about the accessibility and particularly with respect to the power, electricity, then now it is accessible to each and every one, because 100% electrification has been done in the country. So that is a big achievement of the country, that now the power is available to each and every one. It is affordable, means when we will go in the subsequent slide, we will see how the prices have dropped down, so making it more affordable to each and all. So reliability, another element, because when we talk about the renewables, we talk about the reliability, because the renewable and reliability, those are having something where we need to focus as we go deeper in the renewables. We need to have the more reliability part, which will have the some cost part, but in the overall context, the reliability and the renewability will go side by side. How we can achieve this one? This can be achieved with a good mix of energy, and that we will see in the subsequent slide how this good mix of energy has made it possible for the sustainable power. Doubling the global rate of improvement in energy efficiency means how much energy we are requiring or how much energy we can produce with the $1 of money. So now it was earlier 5.2 joule, now it has gone to 8 joule, megajoule. So that means the global rate of improvement in terms of the energy efficiency is there. Expanding infrastructure as the economic activities grows and as we look forward to the improving the standard of living of our people, then we need to grow the infrastructure and other activities. Financial flow to the developing country for the clean energy. This is another important aspect where a lot of things have been said in the different forums, how the money will be requiring for getting the clean and affordable energy. For that one, some country will be requiring the final assistance at maybe in terms of the grant or maybe in terms of the software loans to make it globally possible. Energy transition, when we talk about the energy transition, how imperative it is. Rising energy demand, as we know that as the GDP grows, the energy demand grows side by side. Balancing affordability, accessibility and decarbonization, because that is the thing which we need to balance it, because every sector is competing with other sector in terms of the requirement of the flow, in terms of technology, in terms of the R&D requirement. So things need to be balanced so that the sector gets the required investment in terms of the R&D, in terms of the innovation, in terms of the technology requirements, at the same time to put the things in place. So the things has to be balanced in terms of both flow of the funds to the sector and the keeping the cost to the possible minimum one. Supporting climate commitments, when we talk of energy transition, definitely those are supporting the climate commitments, because the less CO2 emission is the support to the climate. Role of reliable and cost-effective power in economic growth. Inclusiveness, that speaks about one of the initiative we can say, rooftop solar, that comes to my mind, that speaks of the inclusive growth with energy equity. Everyone can put the solar panel on their rooftop and can have the energy, and the excess energy can be fed to the grid. So it is making the energy more affordable to individual one as well as to the community. Improved air quality and public health helps in reducing the expenditure on the public health, on the medical infrastructure, on the medicines, and so on and so forth. Now, this is the scenario about the installed capacity of this sector globally. Globally, in 2005, we were talking about the fossil fuel based 69%. Numbers was 2,800 gigawatt. Now that number in 2025 has gone very large, 4,800 gigawatt, roughly 1.8 times we can say. But in terms of the share of percentage, it has gone down 48%. That speaks globally how the energy transition is taking place. Similarly, we can see the solar, which was little 1% in 2005 across the globe. Now that solar has gone 20%. So that is the impact of the solar energy which has made to the changes across the world. Now we talk about how the focus of the Indian power sector has shifted time to time, how the new things have made the policy changes. If we talk about before 1980, means I am talking about some 45, 50 years back, electrification, because when we talk about the accessibility, then the electrification is the first requirement. Until unless electrification is not up to the last mile, not up to the users, we cannot have that one. And the key features for the public utilities. In the next decades, the emphasis was on the efficiency, means the power plants of the large scale were introduced, latest technology was introduced. Initially, it was 200 megawatt units or less than 200 megawatt unit, 50 megawatt unit, 100 megawatt unit. The focus has shifted from 200 to 500 megawatt units so that the more efficiency can be brought into the system, and that has led to the almost 2 to 3% of the improvement in the efficiency, unbundling of the utility to have more focus on the generation part. If the utility is dealing that one, focus on transmission and distribution by the individual entity. And that made the requirement of the regulatory commission so that the prices can be judged, can be fixed up, can be due diligence can be done so that the power remains the affordable. In the next decade, the market development was done. The concept of the energy exchanges started that made the excess power or the power can be balanced in different time aspect, or the people can make their consumption of the power with respect to the cost of the power, which may be different at the different time. And that led to the competitive market, and that brought the power trading, as I have said, that the power exchanges and all. In the next decade, the things was sustainability, and the government brought the renewable energy policies and efficiencies that were the important part. In this decade, the government focus was on the national electricity policy, national tariff policies, competitive bidding, mega power, competitive bidding. All these were the elements of the policy part which made the later on help the country to make the big roads in the sector. Means if we recall in 2005, we will be seeing in the subsequent slide how the things have changed. From 2010 to 2020, more emphasis on the technology part, new technology in the solar, and new technology in the wind, and later on the introduction of the ultra supercritical power projects. We talk about those who are having the efficiency in terms of the 40 to 43%, which were earlier used to 36%. So that was the part of the element. and to make the renewable power, to have the sustainability of the renewable power, the RPO, renewable power purchase obligations, that was introduced in the sector so that the people are uh, showing the interest for purchasing the renewable power. Those were the elements which were part of the policy which helped to grow the sector in terms of the renewables. And now now this era is of the emerging technologies, decarbonizations, carbon pricing, or green hydrogen and energy storage. That is the requirement of the day, and that will help to grow more energy in terms of the clean energy. This is the India progress about the clean energy. Now it has gone more than 50%. India is the third largest producer of the power across the globe. 521 gigawatt is installed capacity, and more than that is of the non-fossil fuel based. In the last year, 24-25, 87% capacity addition was from the RE. So you can see how much focus as a country we are putting in terms of the RE, and in time to come, very soon the 30 gigawatt solar park, which is in the process, part of that one is already in operation in Gujarat. That is going to make a good difference, where the present is around 5 to 6, so the country is going in terms of the 5 times of that one, 30 gigawatt. Solar has been main driver, which we will see how the country has also made the progress, what we have seen in terms of the global scenario. Green hydrogen and the storage will be the part of the system. They has to be part of the ecosystem. Strong policy. Again, the support of the government is there in terms of the national mission, National Green Hydrogen Mission, where some budget allocation of 20,000 crore has been assigned to have the infrastructure, to have the initial push to the hydrogen mission. Policy support, another policy support in terms of the PLI, production linked incentives, green power, open access, and RPO, which I have said earlier. A strong transmission, whenever there is a congestion, the government is giving a lot of emphasis for the transmission part of that one, so that that power can be used for the country. India target 500 gigawatt of non-fossil capacity, what we are having the total capacity. Energy independence by 2047 and net zero by 2070, if we talk on the long-term goals. Now that is the thing which we are talking about in 2005. Whatever percentage we are seeing with respect to 2005 of the country, that is with respect to the 105 gigawatt or 105,000 megawatt of the total power capacity. 65% of that was the fossil fuel based. Now with respect to that one, you can think of 500 gigawatt, more than 500 gigawatt, 521 gigawatt precisely, only 44% is there. The solar, which was almost non-existent at that part, it is now consists of 41%. So that is a big step with respect to the overall global scenario, where we have seen that the 20% is coming from that one. And the India itself, 41% is coming from that one, and that to a that is a substantial quantity. This is how the country has progressed in terms of the RE in a single in a single year. Basically, substantial has been added. We have shown in terms of the 5 year. Now it is 140 gigawatt solar itself, along with 55 of wind and a small quantity of biomass. Now this is a snapshot when we talk about the present and the future in terms of the next 25 years and future in terms of the next 45 to 50 years, how the energy will be going. Per capita consumption, which was in the range of 700 in 2005, has come up to the 1400. It is doubled of that one, and going to be more than 4 times in the 2050, another 25-year span, and later on of 10,000. So that is the plan on which country is thinking. If we talk about in terms of the installed capacity, you can see from 500 to the 3800 to the 6800. 40% to the 89%, that is the big jump on which the country is going for the power. To the 98% in 2070 when we talk about the net zero. Emission factor, which is 0.727 to 0.257, so one third of that one to the nearly zero in 2070. Battery storage, another important element of achieving that one, from almost negligible 0.5 gigawatt or 500 megawatt, less than that of the 900 gigawatt, which will be much more than the what we are having the total capacity. Pumped storage, another 100 gigawatt, it is planned in next 10 years. So that will help in the variability of the renewables. And investment, you can see $5 trillion for 2050 and around 9. Those are the figures which have been calculated on the certain assumptions. Solar, we have talked about this one. Here technology improvement has led to the efficiency increment in this one, and quite high reduction in the cost of solar, which was earlier 15 to 16 rupees in 15 years back, 2010 to 2011. It has come down to around 3 rupees, 350 rupees, 3.5 rupees in the present scenario. So this has been to the reduction in the module cost, and now the country is making the module itself, so that is sustainable and may reduce further. But the limitation, as we know, intermittency, grid integration, land requirement, large solar requires the land that has to be identified, has to be used, storage dependency, all of us know. And maybe down the line, maybe 10, 15 years, we will have something which we need to think of, the disposal of the solar panels, which is less talked now, but will be requiring in next to 10 to 15 years. When there is a turbine design improvement. Earlier this was 2.5 to 3 megawatt, now the more is of 4.5 to 5 megawatt, and the height is also gone, and the die of the blade is also gone. This has led to the improvement from 30 to the 45% of the efficiency part. Nuclear, when we say that the large reduction on the part of the coal power, then for a stable, for a regular, for a continuous basis, you need some another source. The nuclear may be the one of the source which the country has identified in terms of the 100 gigawatt by 2047, and the NTPC will be sharing around 30% of that 130 gigawatt. Maybe 2070, these are the estimated number, maybe around 300 gigawatt the country may be required if you want to go on that scale. But always everything comes with some premium or some limitation. High capital cost is one of the part, long gestation period which this nuclear is required, and the high safety and security codes which need to be followed. And at the same time, nuclear is having the less operational flexibility. That is also one of the limitations for the nuclear. We talk about the emerging technologies. These are required for the grid stabilities because integration of RE brings a large of variability. Green hydrogen production. Green hydrogen, one of the future fuel of the globe, because when we do the production of hydrogen by the electrolysis, we get the hydrogen and oxygen. So oxygen can be used as per the industrial purpose. At the same time, if that oxygen is released in the atmosphere, so that oxygen can be again used when we are burning the hydrogen. So that is the one thing which comes to my mind. If we are producing the hydrogen through the renewables and we are using the hydrogen, so that can be quite sustainable in the centuries to come, because there you are closing the loop. You are producing the hydrogen from the renewables and you are using that oxygen which is released during the electrolysis for the combustion, so that the whole circle is completed. So that is quite sustainability is there. Carbon capturing and utilization is required till we are using the coal-based projects. hybrid solar and wind projects for the battery stability, because both of them complement each other. Energy storage requirement which is projected by the CA for the time to come. Now this is our transition from one phase to another phase as a company, from the thermal power to the power generating to the integrated energy.
Mr. Goel,
Yes, please.
in the interest of time, if you could.
Yeah, I will be taking just one and a half minute more. So this is the integrated energy spectrum, making clean energy affordable and accessible, economics of scales and competitive bidding. Digitalization is important when we talk about the emerging technology, use of AI for the renewables and for the prediction, so that the energy balance can be there, the grid stability can be there. Strengthening the domestic manufacturing, localization of the supply chain, streamlining the land acquisition, that will be another important aspect to drive the solar. Partnership with the state, DISCOM, empowering rural and energy. These are the community development strategies which we follow, supporting the nearby areas, and we are fair to all stakeholders, generating awareness about the different programs of the country and our programs, supporting the measures for biodiversity. Now these are some of the pictures how we support the community, how this community development support is there through our different schemes. Because the time limitation is there, otherwise I would have described some of the activities which we are taking. One of the premium flagship program is what the madam was talking about, the empowerment of the women. We are having one program across the country through our all projects, where we are supporting the 40 girls every year who are going from class 5th to class 6 for their development. That is GEM program, Girl Empowerment Program. Till now we have trained, or we have 40,000 girls have participated in that program. So that is giving a lot of empowerment and a lot of support to the community development, and they are the brand ambassador to their respective area and respective regions. So these are the way forward that we have. Some of the things we have already talked, the infra for the RE, forecasting and scheduling, for which the AI can be a big support, building domestic manufacturing, finance and investment environment, very, very crucial for any sector to prosper. Collaboration with industry and institution. And that's all. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Goel, for giving us an excellent perspective of both Indian power scenario as well as global power scenario. So now I would request Mr. Anupam Mukhopadhyay to give the next talk.
Thank you. Thanks this August gathering. I will take exactly 10 minutes and I'll be very brief. I understand the constraints that how do I change it? Yeah. So I'm talking on behalf of GAIL, which is a company which started in '84, 30 years plus, and we are not dealing with sustainable items but unsustainable things like natural gas. But this is one of the key elements on the way to sustainability. So as you can see that various progress that we have made in 30 years, so that natural gas makes inroads inside our country through various infrastructure projects. Now this is the current status that we are consuming only 6% of our energy from natural gas. In world, the figure is around 25%. In developed countries, it is even higher. In Gujarat, it is around 40%. So it is an indicator of our progress towards sustainability. Why, I will explain it a bit later. These are the various figures that compares us with other Western countries and developed countries, where we can clearly see that gas consumptions are higher in certain countries which have developed enough infrastructure also, and their economy is more sustained through the gas consumptions. Uh, my predecessor has already shown you this energy basket thing, that coal is the prime component in our energy. But why do we opt for natural gas compared to other fossil fuel? The reason specifically is that it is a transient fuel, transient to sustainable and renewable energy. So on presently on short term it is environment friendly, a bit more sustainable, and it is also import substitution, because presently we are 50% of our requirement of gas is being sourced from country itself, unlike liquid hydrocarbons. Yeah. So the scenario that we will be taking is that primarily from coal and oil, these two fuels will be transiting to natural gas, and ultimately our objective is that in future our country energy basket will be from biofuels, renewables and hydrogen. But in order to achieve that, natural gas, which is nothing but methane, is having a very important role, like in all other developed countries. So this is the present levels of gas consumption in our country, where I have already said that 50% of the quantity is coming from our internal sources. So we are a bit more independent in that sense, energy independent as far as gas is concerned. This is how the gas is coming to India. It is coming from USA, it is coming from Russia, it is coming from Australia, and bulk of the quantity is also coming from Qatar, which is making news for the last 1 week, because that supply is getting choked and it may create some problem for us. But as you can see from the spread that we are not solely dependent on Gulf countries as far as gas is concerned, unlike crude and other liquid hydrocarbons. This is again the use of natural gas, which is primarily being used in fertilizer as a feed element. That means that methane is converted to urea. That is how we are contributing to economy by providing cheap fertilizers to our farmers. It is also being used in refinery and petrochemicals, steel industries, but the new trend that is emerging is city gas distribution, for which the Bengal Gas subsidiary of GAIL is trying to build infrastructure in Calcutta. So as you can see that presently roughly 20% of the natural gas is being consumed in various metro cities and big cities, which will eventually go to around 40% in future. This is how the natural gas is used, like food, primarily biscuit industries, glass industries, steel industries, automobiles and ceramics, because methane being a source of energy which can be controlled precisely, just like electricity, and it is cheaper than electricity. So this is one way of for energy, one source of energy, which is a very I'll say has been welcomed by industries all over India because of its convenience. This is presently network that is developed across India. Now this network, as you can see, is mostly in western and northern part, but this network is getting spreaded gradually to eastern India also. The natural gas has reached Calcutta outskirts, and it is supposed to reach Haldia also shortly, within 2-3 months. And this has also reached the northeast part through a special pipeline up to Guwahati, apart from the local network that was already there, isolated networks which is there. So idea is that there should be a pan-India network which is interconnected with each other so that energy can be transited from one place to another easily. So this is how this quantum of energy that will grow in future. These are the various operational pipelines which are being operated by various companies, as GAIL is the largest operator, having 74% of the infrastructure. The investment in gas-based economy is also huge. So this is very important as far as next transition for our economy. This is another aspect, is that domestic gas is being controlled by Government of India in the interest of industry, so that natural gas is adopted by more and more people, particularly in city gas area, where we are encouraging people to change from diesel and petrol to CNG and LNG. LNG infrastructures are not yet developed, but CNG infrastructure is extensively developed, including in West Bengal. So we hope that this will help us to reduce the pollution in urban areas particularly. Regarding sustainability, like one more thing is that anything that we put forward must be economically also viable. So as you can see here that fuel prices of LNG or gas is stable except a few disturbances like war with Ukraine and the present Qatar crisis. So these are the various hurdles, or I'll say the challenges that is there in front of us, like how to decarbonize our country. As you can see that we are not that bad in terms of CO2 emissions per capita, is around 1.9 ton, whereas China and US are obviously the biggest energy guzzlers and CO2 emitters. So it is a thing which is achievable, as my predecessor has already given, that 500 gigawatt non-fossil things will come, 50% energy will come from renewable energy, and similarly we have a target of net zero at 2070, and we want to reduce our carbon intensity by 2030 to 45%. This is the items on which our predecessor has already talked, so let's skip this. So this is one more item, is that we are heavily dependent for our agricultural based economy on fertilizers, and natural gas will be a key element for fertilizers. Even though we will be reducing our consumptions of fossil fuel, but use of natural gas for fertilizer will be there for on long-term basis. These are the other things which will help us, like in decarbonization, like in steel industries, where we can use hydrogen or methane. Regarding the green hydrogen, I would like to highlight that GAIL has already set up a 4 metric ton per day hydrogen plant in a place called Vijaypur in Madhya Pradesh, which is operating totally on solar energy. Of course, these are not without its challenges. There are frequent breakdowns because of water quality issues. It is also pretty costly. The cost of generating 1 ton of hydrogen is around 600 rupees. 1 kg of hydrogen is around 600 rupees, which is much more compared to the conventional fuel, which is the range of around 70 to 100 rupees per kg. So these challenges are there, but we have taken it by horn, and we hope that we'll be setting an example. One more item is that we'll be gradually spreading the use of piped natural gas throughout the city so that people use less wood, coal, and this will help us to reduce pollution in urban areas. So this is how the CGD networks are being spreaded all over India. Right now it is covering 98% population and 88% geographical area. Roughly around 1.4 crore households are presently supplied with piped natural gas. One more aspect that I would like to say is that we have also done experiment in mixing hydrogen with natural gas network. I have been personally involved in this project in Indore city, where we have mixed around 400 kg hydrogen every day, and we have successfully conducted this test for around 1.5 years with no adverse impact. And the idea is to gradually increase this percentage of hydrogen. Theoretically, it can go up, even in domestic household, it can go to as high as 20%. But we have limited our experiment only up to 5%. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mukhopadhyay, for that elaborate presentation on GAIL. Now I request Mr. S.K. Das, ED Technical of Haldia Refinery, to make his presentation.
Thanks. Good afternoon. Respected speakers and distinguished personalities on dais, off the dais, industry experts, participants, ladies, gentlemen. A very good afternoon to all of you. In fact, the last speaker normally has the biggest trouble of covering the time. Am I audible? Yeah. I'll not take much time because I think we're running behind the schedule. So, I'm very proud of representing a company that has a turnover of close to 100 billion US dollars. And also, I'm working in Haldia Refinery. So, here in this forum, because all these data and concepts have already been explained, I'll not go into them. I'll only create a few confusions. I'll cover a few conflicts that we are struggling with, because I believe in a concept called confusion for clarity. Now that is the thing that I really and strongly believe in, because we operate a refinery. We all know that in a water pipeline, normally the water travels at ambient temperature. The pressure is normally 3 to 4 kg or 5 kg per centimeter square. Whereas in a refinery, the product runs at a pressure as high as 180 kg per centimeter square, at a temperature as high as 12 to 1300 degrees centigrade, primarily contained inside pipes, vessels, columns. Till the moment they are inside the containment, they are good. Once they come out of that, it's a disaster. It's about safety, it's about profitability, it's about economics that a refinery truly works with. When we talk of the topic that is affordable and accessible clean energy, I start with clean energy, that is the subject of it. Then it should become accessible, and then it should become affordable as well. When I deal with it, how it actually can be affordable and accessible, those have been explained through all the networks, all the concepts, all the technologies that are prevailing in the field of renewable energy, alternate energies. What I'll say is that everything is available, but how are you going to really adopt them? What matters? It's people and it's technology. Basically, it's a human and technology interface that is really required in its biggest importance to make the things work properly. Hello. Hello. I'll just give you a small example. Haldia refinery, I'm here since last 1 year almost. When I came or joined the refinery, last 3 years this refinery was incurring loss to the tune of 1,000 crores to 2,500 crores a year. Was the refinery working pathetically? No. There are many factors which actually govern such kind of things, including the efficiency, including the way it is operated. Today, when I stand on, say, in the month of March of 1 year ahead, the refinery has earned a profit close to 1,000 crores, has on its account. What made it possible? Nothing. It's only awareness that has gone inside people. People who are not bothered about loss of steam, loss of products, loss of water, today are concerned about even a drop of water lost in the process. They work for it. They save it. And every drop of water saved is actually a profit in the kitty of the company. One. This is the human part of it. When I come to the technology part of it, we were consuming close to 430 tons of steam per hour to operate the refinery. Today, would you be able to imagine in a period of 1 year what is the consumption data? It's 340. 90 tons per hour steam reduced. What made it work? People looked at possibilities. People looked at ways to stop the drain of steams and power. And people also looked at possibilities to combine the whole network. To present a view, if I stop one equipment at one point in time, what impact it leaves on the entire system in terms of the steam consumption and the profit earned. The urge of earning profit drove us to saving steam almost 90 tons per hour. This is where we employed an AI-enabled software. We entered the whole refinery steam circuit into it. Steam and power balance were actually worked out on that. And people were aware at any point in time what is going to make the difference. They worked, and today, yes, it is possible. When I come to the energy consumption part of it, the pollution part of it, we normally say metric ton of CO2 equivalent greenhouse gas emission. We started with 0.35 3 years back. Today we are at 0.27. The current data is 0.25. And we have taken a target to improve it up to 0.2. Now it is only people, it is only technology. It is basically an efficient interface between the technology and people that can make the energy, the clean part cannot be made, I know, but affordability, accessibility, because every unit of energy saved is the unit of energy earned. Now I have to save every part of it to provide it to somebody who needs it. Every big schemes will come and go, they will work, they will do its function. But as an individual, what I have contributed will definitely be there in history. That's what my appeal to everybody. Let's contribute individually. Let's think of technology. Let's think of each point that is vested. Let's think of each pollution account that is contributed by us. If we can work on this, all the agendas jointly, we can definitely lead to a cleaner and more accessible and more affordable energy part. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Das, for that excellent presentation on Haldia Refinery. We come to the end of the session. So, unfortunately, we have overshot the time, so we don't have any time for Q&A. So, I'd like to thank all the panelists on the dais for the efforts they have put in making such wonderful presentations to this august audience. So thank you very much.
Sir, I would like to request you to give the mementos to our speakers of this session. To Mr. Keiichi Higuchi. To Mr. Vijay Goyal, sir. To Mr. Anupam Mukhopadhyay. To Mr. S.K. Das. Thank you. With that, we end our opening session. Now we'll come to the visionary session, which is the vision for sustainability, future vision and sustainability. Just allow us for 5 minutes. We'll just rearrange the table. So with this, we start our next session. I request Mr. Gautam Ray, former president of Bcc&I and president RPSG, president corporate of RPSG, to please come up on the dais. May I request the audience to please be seated, because we are just changing it over. We are not breaking for now. Can I request the audience to please be seated? Can I please ask the audience to please be seated, because
you are requested to please take your seats. Our chief guest, Dr. Amit Mitra, he is here. He is in the next room and he is getting into this hall, in any moment. So we would request you to please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, you are requested to please take your seats. We will start our visionary session, the vision for sustainability, future vision and sustainability. In this session, we have Mr. Gautam Ray, former president, the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Mr. Keiichi Higuchi, president, Kawasaki Rikosu Transportation. He will join us here sharing the investor's perspective. As you know that they have an investment in Shingur and other places on warehouse in Bengal. Ambassador Manjeev Singh Puri, IFS, former Indian ambassador to EU, Belgium, Luxembourg and Nepal. He will talk about the global perspective, especially in context of the recent FTAs. Ms. Barbara Voss, Consul General of Germany in Kolkata, opportunities with Germany. And our chief guest, the inaugural address by Dr. Amit Mitra, Honorable Principal Chief Advisor to the Honorable Chief Minister of West Bengal and Finance Department in Cabinet Minister rank, Government of West Bengal.
Can I request Ms. Barbara Voss, Consul General of Germany in Kolkata, to please come up on the dais? Good afternoon. As it is, we are running 45 minutes late. So we are now in the visionary session on this business meet on sustainability summit, and we are honored with the presence of Mr. Keiichi Higuchi, President Kawasaki Rikusu Transportation, Ambassador Manjit Singh Puri, Mrs. Barbara Voss, Consul General of Germany in Kolkata, and with the gracious presence of Dr. Amit Mitro, Honorable Principal Chief Advisor to the Honorable Chief Minister of West Bengal and Finance Department, Government of West Bengal. He is, I can say that he is the guide and philosopher for the Bengal Chamber of Commerce. Just to set the context, actually, Bengal Chamber of Commerce for last 2 decades or so has been working on the field, in the field of sustainability. It started the journey with energy, environment, conclave, international level. We have been involved in the Kolkata Action Plan of climate change. There have been a field level experience what Bengal Chamber is gaining, which is very unique in nature, of for a couple of years working for the mangrove plantation in a huge scale in the Sundarban hinterland. We probably the only chamber in the country who attended the COP26 in Glasgow and had a session on the e-mobility. With the guidance of Dr. Mitra, Bengal Chamber has been organizing the sectoral discussion in the BGVS on sustainability, which is again an unique. I don't feel any state in the country, in the industry summit, they consider a sectoral discussion on sustainability as a focus area. So, and also Dr. Meera Mitra has mentioned in her inaugural introduction that we have introduced a sustainability forum, which is chaired by former Chief Secretary, Government of West Bengal, Mr. M.K. De. Now, these all activities, what I have mentioned, there are a few more activities on the sustainability field, but these are more on deliberation, discussion, policy advocacy. But at this stage, we feel it is necessary to integrate that process with the business. Because ultimately, if it is not linked with the economy
hardcore economy, the productivity, then the way the world is moving, we will not be able to catch it up. This subject is not really today something which is a compliance related, which is a wish list, that whether we will do it or not. This is becoming a compulsion, and with the change what is happening so fast, unless we can also adapt those changes in line with the sustainability agenda, we will be definitely fall short of the target. Customers, even I can tell you, the customers today are wanting for the products which they will check whether it is produced in a sustainable way or not. It is not important what you do. It is now becoming important how you do and why you do. Talents. Young talents are also the sustainability, the organization which believes in sustainability is a preferred choice. For investors, they see that how much the organization has a forward looking to the agenda of sustainability. Regulation, the compliances are there. We have discussed about ESG, etc. Risk management with respect to the climate change. So these areas are not, cannot be integrated right at this moment with the business. It will not be really setting the target or meeting the target. So we have to rethink the product, the process, the technology, everything. We will discuss today, of course, with the circular economy, energy efficiency, we have a session, sustainable materials, and the company which can really innovate those changes, they will be in the front end. The green economy is not something which is lagging behind. It is probably after the digital and IT service, the fastest double-digit CAGR has achieved in the green economy, and it will be. So keeping this in mind, though India, the figures of SDG is not really very encouraging, but not again, it is on a plateau, it is improving. It's a vast country, we all appreciate, we have a tall commitment. But more precisely, the state of West Bengal has a very, very good opportunity, and it can position as a leading position because of the huge biodiversity which have, the agricultural products, the talents, the growing industrial activity, and particularly the MSME. Bengal Chamber is also working on the MSME sector very, very effectively. And the MSME, to have their feet in the competitive world, they also have to make the changes, particularly the way the products will be done. So, main focus of this summit, how it is different, when we had discussion in the Sustainability Forum, that what will be the different discussion in this summit, that how to really make a synergy and the integration with the business. In fact, we have great level of talents available. I have already mentioned about the proactive willingness of the government of West Bengal. Of course, Dr. Mitra has been there always with us, helping us, guiding us. So we hope that with this deliberation, and I would request Bengal Chamber, why can't we make it an annual event, so that in one day discussion, it cannot be a complete thing, but we can take it forward. So with this, we have host of speakers with us. I would request Mrs. Barbara Voss, Consul General of Germany in Kolkata, to share her thoughts.
Honorable Minister Dr. Amit Mitra, Dr. Mira Mitra, distinguished speakers on and off the dais, representatives of the Bengal Chamber of Commerce, Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, namaskar. I'm really glad to be here today with you for a really interesting topic and a very important one. And I'm very glad to Dr. Meera Mitra that she pointed out the also very important topic of gender equality. This is something I usually always start my speeches with, recognizing that there are at least some women here in the audience, and to make sure or underline once again how important this topic is. And it's not, lecturing about it, how you should do it here in India, but it's mostly to tell you that we in Germany and in Europe on the whole really have to do a lot about it. I'm the first female German consul general here in Kolkata. So it took us a long time, as you can see. And I have quite a lot of hope, especially here in West Bengal, when I look at the cabinet of the Honorable Chief Minister. And that's a topic that's very dear to her heart as well. And so that's something we all should work on, and all the men as well. I can just encourage you. Thank you. But coming back to this summit's theme, which is both timely and vital as we continue to navigate the complexities of sustainable development in a rapidly evolving world. As we gather here today, we all can agree that sustainability is no longer a buzzword or a passing trend. It is now a fundamental responsibility that defines the future of business, and the integration of science, technology, innovation, and finance in the heart of business strategies is no longer optional, it is essential for achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. These goals offer a framework not only for addressing the pressing environmental and social challenges of our time, but also for seizing the opportunity of a greener, more equitable future. Germany is at the forefront of global sustainability with a strong commitment to, how we say, Energiewende, its energy transition, focusing on renewable energy, energy efficiency, and a circular economy. In the coalition agreement of our government, the government parties have committed themselves to the goals of the German Sustainable Development Strategy. The commitment to achieve 100% renewable energy by 2035, focusing on expanding wind, solar, and hydrogen technologies, while enhancing energy efficiency across sectors, presents significant opportunities for Indian companies to collaborate and innovate, particularly in the areas of energy transition, circular economy, sustainable mobility, and green finance. The country is actively driving forward its sustainable agenda, which offers avenues for growth, technology transfer, and joint ventures. Furthermore, we are transforming our transport sector with investments in electric vehicles, hydrogen mobility, and smart transportation systems. As Germany aims to become a global hub for green finance, Indian companies can tap into new funding channels for sustainable ventures and partner with German companies to develop clean technologies and sustainable infrastructure. With agreements like the India-German Green Hydrogen Partnership and collaborations on circular economy solutions, Germany offers Indian companies a strong platform for innovation, growth, and sustainability leadership. I would also like to take this opportunity today to highlight the recent visit of the German Chancellor Friedrich Merz to India, which was a landmark event in the deepening relation between Germany and India. During his visit, significant discussions took place around strengthening Indo-German cooperation in green technologies, renewable energy, and sustainable development. New agreements were signed with the Indian counterparts, focusing on collaborative efforts to drive innovation in clean energy, sustainable manufacturing, and climate resilience. The newly signed EU-India Fair Trade Agreement outlines commitments to green energy, climate action, and circular economy practices. For instance, the agreement promotes joint efforts to accelerate the transition to clean energy with a target of reducing carbon emissions and expanding renewable energy sources. One of the most notable milestones is the renewal of the India-EU Agreement for Scientific and Technological Cooperation until 2030, which will enable joint research in critical technologies, including green energy and health, innovation and capacity building in emerging technologies. In the context of business, what does this all mean? As we advance these international collaborations, we also need to recognize the increasingly important role that businesses play in driving the SDGs forward. The reality is that businesses are not just part of the solution, they are the solution. The private sector has the ability, resources, and innovation to lead the change on sustainability. The transition to green and circular economy will create new opportunities for businesses to innovate, to diversify, and to thrive. But of course, businesses can't do it alone. Governments like those of India, Germany, and the EU have an important role in providing the regulatory frameworks, financial incentives, and policy support that makes it easier for businesses to embrace sustainable practices. But it is ultimately the collaboration between governments, business, and civil society that will bring about real change. Ladies and gentlemen, the urgency of addressing climate change and the environmental challenges of our time requires bold and collective action. And industry has an essential role to play in transitioning towards sustainable practices. The adoption of new technologies, reducing waste, energy-efficient solutions, and the need to invest in innovation that creates lasting impact. This is not just an ethical responsibility, but a smart business strategy in the 21st century. In fact, businesses that lead in sustainability are more likely to attract investments, enhance their competitiveness, and build long-term resilience. As we continue to explore these themes today and for the next days, let us take the opportunity to learn from each other and to build on the remarkable partnership already in place. Together we can create a world that is not only economically prosperous, but environmentally sustainable and socially inclusive. Thank you very much. Donnerbat.
Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Barbara Voss. She has started with gender equity, and in fact, we are very honored that she is the first female Consul General in Kolkata. You mentioned about the SDG goals and the target of the Germany for having the complete sourcing of the renewable energy by 2035, and rightly mentioned about various cooperation and collaborative efforts which are needed. Now, I would request Dr. Amit Mitra, Honorable Principal Chief Advisor to the Honorable Chief Minister of Government of West Bengal and Finance Department, Government of West Bengal. And we all are eager to listen to him. What should be the vision for the business to make it really integrated with the goals of sustainability? Sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Can I be heard? Okay. First, my apologies to both my friend Higuchi-san and the very honored Ambassador Puri that I may have to leave at some point because you are late by about 45 minutes. So that's understandable. There must have been very a nice discussion for that to have continued. I will ascertain later what both Higuchi-san, who's come all the way from Japan for this, and of course His Excellency Puri has come from Delhi. What they would have said, I will make sure that I hear about it. I think, first of all, former President Ray, you've already begun the discussion. Director General, and I don't know where he is, but yes, he'll quietly hide somewhere. And his tremendous team, congratulations. Ambassador Puri, whom we have known for many, many years, very distinguished diplomat. So delighted that Honorable Her Excellency Consul General Voss is here, because that very important that we have the voice of a woman in the middle of everything else. Otherwise, what is sustainability about? Gender is one of the pillars. And it's very nice that you're there. And of course, Higuchi-san has done a unique work with solar energy. I inaugurated his unit, 7, 8 years ago, in Shingur, of all places. I'm sure you'll hear from him. Let me start by saying I'll say a few words on the global scene. Then I will say a few words on the Indian scene. But my focus will have to be, as per my responsibility in this government, on what are we doing in West Bengal. So integrating these three kinds of visions is a short attempt that I will do. I want to make sure that I'm not too out of time. First of all, climate change has caused global damage. This is according to UN Environment Program, 2.8 trillion US dollars between 2000 and 2019. 2.8 trillion US dollars. That's why this very important summit. Let me go to the second point on the global. Positive side of it is some estimates suggest that 36% of global assets are now invested with some kind of sustainability and ESG, environment, social and government. That's very encouraging, and I'm sure Germany is a leader in that. I think it's important for me to also point out that the people who are making the difference is Gen Z, Generation Z, and millennials. How do I know that? There's data to show that half of them are investing between 21 to 50% of the portfolio in sustainable options. That's very encouraging. And many of them are women. So Gen Z and millennials, Gen Z and millennials, including both genders, are making a major difference. Even the high net worth individuals in an interview have said that they are interested in transitional investments in energy, where money can be made. At least they think so. So therefore, these are three touch points that I bring to you. And greenwashing has become more and more difficult because of the regulatory disclosures that you need to do. Earlier, big companies would do greenwashing, pretend that they are doing this, but in fact they won't. Let me now turn to India. Why should India be so worried on climate issues? Well, Climate Risk Index 2025 says India among the countries most affected by recurring extreme events. I did not know that. Climate Risk Index. India experienced extreme weather event on 322 days out of 366 days. Did you know that? At least I didn't. Very revealing. 88% of the time we are being affected by extreme weather. Now, World Economic Forum, which must have been talked about in earlier sessions, says inequality is a critical risk factor. Unfortunately, we are doing very poorly on that count over the last maybe 7-8 years. By 2020-23, top 1%, of course you know already about 40% wealth, but you may not have known that 22.6% of national income is captured by 1% in India. And bottom 50% hold only 6% of the total wealth. And this is part of the SDG goal of equality, of better income distribution. Unfortunately, this 1% holding 22.6% of national income is the highest in Indian history. Many medias, of course, played it up saying that in the imperial time also, the colonial time also, it wasn't that bad. So we need to look at this, I'm saying it constructively. We need to look at this amazing income inequality that we are seeing in India. Let me go to the next issue on India. ILO says that 2025, 262 million people, 1 to 4 young people, 15 to 24, are NEEP, N-E-E-P. What is NEEP? Not in education, not in employment, and not in training. I think all governments, particularly Government of India, needs to take note that ILO is saying that 262 million people, I'm sure you have heard many other data, not in education, not in employment, not in training. That's why this summit is so important. To push these agendas among business and those who are at the policy domain. I'm sure Ambassador Puri is aware of all of this that I'm talking about. Let me come to West Bengal, because I want to be as brief as possible. Now, let me give an example and then give you the hard data. This example you may not know. Government of West Bengal dug 800 kilometers of creeks. These are little rivulets which do not go to the salt-based rivers or the ocean. What is amazing is that we were able to dig creeks excavation of 800 kilometers. Nobody knows this. And what was the result? They don't flow into tidal rivers and sea. The rainwater fills up these rivers, 800 kilometers long. Solar pumps irrigate the sweet water. These are all part of the climate issues. And most interestingly, Bengalis love a product called Golda Chingri. Golda Chingri only grows in sweet water. Now, Who does the Golda Chingri taking advantage of the sweet water? The SHGs, self-help group of women. I'm touching on these things where they all integrate in this example. Now, SHG women produce Golda Chingri in this sweet water that provides both livelihood and gender engagement. Then we planted mangroves along these 800 kilometers of creeks. You know what that does? The leaves fall into the sweet water and that becomes feed for the Golda Chingri. You see circular economy we talk about? Here is a case in point. Finally comes the last part. How do you scale it up? That's where businesses have entered. They're working with SHGs, the women, and scaling up Golda Chingri production. 800 kilometers is not small. And today, the export of shrimps from West Bengal is 500 million US dollars. To Germany, yes. There you are. You will find Golda Chingri on the plate of a German lady in Berlin. That's wonderful. So what I'll conclude from this simple example is all elements of sustainability. Gender, sweet water, and you know the aquifers are getting saved. Groundwater which used to be pumped up, you don't need it anymore. You have surface water which is sweet. So if you sit and think about this, you will find that it touches every aspect of sustainability that we are talking about. So let me go back to some hard data, because you like hard data. Some of you at least would want hard data. So what else is the government doing? How many green fuel vehicles, very important for climate change, are registered in West Bengal? Would anybody know? Probably not. I didn't know because I investigated before coming to the conference. 262,620 green vehicles in West Bengal already. That's why you see those green plates so often. Very important for climate change. Charging centers, 805 charging centers, aside from the 84 charging centers in bus terminuses. Then we go to the next element, solar as a source of energy transition. We are now 3,763 megawatts. 3,763 megawatts of solar energy is what we are in process of completing or has been completed. And I'm glad to say that the best one of them all is provided by KfW of Germany, the world's largest development bank, and Honorable, yes, in cooperation with the government, and Honorable Chief Minister inaugurated phase 1, 112 megawatts, and the second one is under construction. So, but if you put all of the data together, you'll be surprised that there are very many kinds of solar energy that we are using. I'll give you an example. Two-wheelers, 74,000, practically 75,000 two-wheelers are solar-based. I didn't know that. Three-wheelers, that's e-rickshaws, 163,000 e-rickshaws. That's the largest proportion of this solar movement in the state. Motor cars, many of you here have motor cars. 17,822 motor cars have already been consistent with solar. So you have two-wheelers, 74,000 or 75,000. You have three-wheelers, 1,63,000. You have motor cars, which are 17,822. Then you have several other categories I won't go into. So the total comes to 2,62,620. Now I go to the second question, minor irrigation. By December 24, 43,000 hectares have already been engaged with minor irrigation, which then helps the climate change aspects directly. Jal dharo, jal bharo, all of you know. I remember when we started, when Honorable Chief Minister started the government, very shortly she said, Amida, jal dharo, jal bharo. At that time, you know what the target was? 50,000. And we thought we'll never make 50,000. Today, you'll be happy to know, there are 5 lakh little ponds dug up properly. Many of them have fisheries in this. Many of them help in the sweet water, so that you don't have to go into the water table to reduce the water table. It just hit 5 lakhs, I think, shortly before. And I did have a conversation on that with Honorable Chief Minister. Amida, 50,000 bolechilam. We had 50,000. Now we have hit 5 lakhs. Now I come to another point which is very much connected to what we are talking about, Mati Srishti. Whole sections of the state are arid. We said this is what needs to be rejuvenated. That's the question of sustainability. Now, especially Poschim district, do you know how much of acreage have come under Mati Srishti, producing horticulture, producing fruits, producing vegetables in arid conditions? 42,000 acres in Mati Srishti have already transitioned. What happens to livelihood? Massive change. SHG and women, massive change. And it ends up with exports. I'm sure you've seen that turmeric that is grown in this area, the ada that is grown in this area, ginger. It's absolutely amazing. And in the most arid area. So you are redoing the arid area. So I'm coming very close to, I'll aggregate the vision at the end. Now, India, it was provisionally estimated by UNDP that making significant progress on SDG sector would require how much? Additional annual spending of 6.2% of GDP by 2030. Again, that's a challenge that you talked about. 6.2% of GDP will have to be spent, additional annual spend, in order for us to get where we are targeting. So let me back off and ask myself few more quick things. Forest cover. Huge increase. 2,688 square kilometers of forest cover. Didn't exist before, it was 14,000. We've got into huge quantum. 15 crores worth of mangroves plantations have been established. And I think your chamber, Bengal chamber, is working on the mangroves, right? 15 crores mangrove plantations have been established across the coast. And I've already spoken of Jal Dharo, Jal Bharo. Now we come to 1.5 lakh hectares of land have been afforested in the states. So if you look at that picture, because I don't want to take more of your time, If you look at that entire picture, what are you seeing? To me, what it looks like is, I haven't introduced all the interventions. There is a systematic, carefully planned, organized policy of the state to engage different parts of society. Because Mati Shrishti are tribal people. Many of them women who are engaged. Sundarban, I gave you the example of Golda Chingri. That's another area. So part by part, and Jaldharo all over the state. Solar energy as vehicle, EVs, is an amazing transition. You may not have known those numbers. I do see green plates, but I didn't know how many they are registered. This number is from the vehicle registration office that I gave you. So on the whole, I would say that it is a tough call, because right at the beginning I said where India was. But West Bengal, under Mamata Banerjee's leadership, who sees this as a very important prerogative, is systematically working in different elements of this value chain. What is the challenge? For businesses, you'll be fine. ITC, I know, is one of the companies, I mention it only because it's headquartered in Kolkata, is perhaps number one in the country in terms of 3 elements of climate change that they've addressed. But you know where the challenge is? What about the downstream supply chain entities? When you make a car, when you make a product, 200, 300 MSMEs. We have 90 lakh MSMEs in West Bengal. All those MSMEs will have to be brought under the sustainable umbrella. Germany is 90% of German companies are MSMEs. In Japan, what is it, Higuchi said? 95%. 95%. So Japan has 95% MSMEs. You have perhaps 90% plus. Maybe a little more. We have 90 lakh MSMEs, the second largest in the country. My question is, to this conference, how would the businesses respond? Not only to yourself as a major company or a middle level company, but all those little people who supply different components that produce your product. How would you do that? So I would suggest to Bengal Chamber, take up the value chain sustainability movement. I remember when I went many years ago to Ludhiana to look at the bicycle factory of Hero. They only had a bicycle factory. It was a just-in-time factory. There was no warehouse. I asked Sunil Munjal, how many components do you have in this bicycle? He said maybe total could be 800, 900 components just in a bicycle. Chota things are there. And they all come, it is put together and sent off. Now, those people, you know what an automobile, how many components it has? 3,000. Now, what happens to those 3,000 people? So the challenge is not only the medium and large companies. The challenge is, how do we get the entire value chain, part by part, stage by stage, while the government is doing this amazing work with you, with SHGs and businesses of all sorts. Are you looking at the value chain? So my conclusion is, Bengal Bcc&I may look at, since you have MSME membership, how do you get this entire value chain? Now I may ask Your Excellency, Ms. Bas, how do you do it in Germany? I don't know. How do you do it in Japan? I don't know. Maybe those could be the learnings. And you have two very important people from the two countries. His Excellency has been ambassador to several countries, of developing countries. I will ask Mr. Honorable Excellency Puri to give inputs on this. So let's put our heads together to Japan, Germany, and you've been ambassador to how many countries, sir? Many. Let's put our heads together and ask ourselves, can we bring those MSMEs into this supply chain? I would therefore close by saying, yes, there's a long way to go. But the path is clear as to how we should go. Thank you very much. No.
Very important one. Yeah.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
To run away.
You have started with the global perspective, then to Indian perspective,
Is it okay?
and we are really, it's alarming data on the country-wise what you have mentioned regarding particularly on the question of education, employment, and a long way to go. But on the earth it is possible, citing various examples on our state. And primarily you have mentioned about the systemic and organized planning which can unleash the initiative from the ground. That's very important, and not only from the ground, I would say it's also with the participation of large-scale women. The SIGs, what you were mentioning, as we know, there have been a large-scale participation by the women. And in every aspects of micro-irrigation, then particularly the MSME, all of us know, and we are very proud of that we are ranking second in the country on the MSME. Now you have rightly mentioned how really have to make those MSMEs turned to attract the value chain of the entire process and the product and the technology which will actually satisfy the need and the goal of the sustainability. Thank you, sir, again for giving us a vision, and it was really a visionary speech, and we can have some idea of what is to be done next to this. Thank you, sir. Thank you. I would now request Mr. Keiichi Higuchi, President Kawasaki Rikosu Transportation, to highlight the investor's perspective.
Well, good afternoon again. Again, I introduce myself, Keiichi Higuchi of Kawasaki Rikosu Transportation, and Dr. Mitra, and Chamber of Commerce of Kolkata. Thank you very much for inviting me to have such opportunity. Oh, yes. Please.
I've been to your factory when nobody knew about it.
Thank you.
And I want to tell you, they did not allow me to go into the warehouse. You know that? As a minister. Because he said you are not sanitized. In order to enter that place, you have to be thoroughly sanitized by Japanese standard. So I could only see the men and women of the villages working in the warehouse with caps and gloves through the glass. Because Higuchi-san said, sorry, you cannot go in, and absolutely rightly so. That's the Japanese approach.
I'm sorry.
No, that's wonderful. And now he's setting up 2 more that he'll tell you himself. I always encourage you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir.
And one more point, he and I have a bantering relationship on basketball.
Oh, yes.
And he tells me that my alma mater has become the champion this year. The Blue Devil, called Duke University, he's from University of Michigan. So whenever we talk, he'll say, "What was the score last time?" How wonderful to take off from business and talk about basketball. So forgive me, I know what you have said. An ambassador, I know what you've said. Please pardon me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Can I begin? Okay, and this week, Dr. Mitra's alma mater, Duke University, is ranked #1 in men's basketball. And my alma mater, Michigan State University, Spartans, #8. We are going to fight again. But this year, Duke won against Michigan State. So he's senior anyway. Well, thank you very much. And again, that I'd like to explain shortly about why I came to West Bengal from Tokyo. And I've explained this one, so skip it. Then when I came to, or before I come to India, I checked about many statistics with Japan and various countries, India, China, Vietnam, Thailand, Indonesia, or many countries except Africa. African nations are too far from Japan, that's why I just simply omit it. And it was very similar when I made the research in 2012 or 13, but this is the new statistics, and average age is, India is much younger, of course, against China, but population, India passed China. And the distribution of population, especially for those 15 years or less, that 25%, India is much younger. And China, 65 years old or more, becoming increasingly very high and chasing Japan as an old country. And life expectancy is, India is increasing. When I checked it, 69 or 69 point something, but now 72. So it's increasing. So this is a kind of like a demographic data. So I thought India is big enough, and it's almost same with China. But for logistics or infrastructure perspective, road network, India has much longer road network than China, and national highway are still less, but state highway less. But road density, that means number of roads per square kilometers, that's much bigger than China. But the most important part is most of them were planned by English people many years ago, and you are now in the renovation era to replace many of infrastructure to modernize it. And rail transport or road freight transport volume, it's okay. Still smaller than China. And I skipped the data, but if you total all the containers handled in Indian ports are still less than Shanghai, just one Shanghai. Shanghai is more than 30% or more of handling containers compared with entire India. And you have more ports in China. That means I found infrastructure, especially railway modernization or road modernization, but also the lack of very big port is necessary. But still I found, oh, this is a great opportunity for me to go to India because India has lots of room to grow. And if you can modernize infrastructures, there will be lots of capability to export, not only for import, but export. So export, because you have lots of resources. And Dr. Mitra, he already went back, but he invited me to West Bengal. And I found lots of opportunity in this West Bengal by visiting various places to find the best location to build a warehouse. But this is one of the reasons is because of the Ganga. The soil is so great here. And I found the taste, freshness of the vegetables are really great. But only one shortcoming is logistics and also throughput or inventory turnovers. There are many queues, means vegetables are stacked waiting for transportation under the very high temperature and easily deteriorated. So I found, in terms of logistics, or Dr. Mitra said about the hero, inventory turnover, we should say throughput. Throughput means how many tons or kgs or cubes go through one factory or one facility or one warehouse. So if the inventory turnover is quick enough, you don't need to have huge, big warehouse. Just small one, like 5 times or 10 times a month. But if you have low inventory turnover, only 0.5 or 0.4, then you need to have wonderful, photogenic, big warehouse. So we need to make the throughput of everything much higher, and that's the concept of just-in-time. And if we can make just-in-time applied to vegetables, we can export from West Bengal to like Delhi, Mumbai, or various major cities for fresh vegetables, not the dragon fruits or these kind of things, but spinach, leafy products. You can export to major cities. So the quality of the vegetables are very great. And also I found salad is still not really popular than other countries. But there are many people who came back from US, UK, Germany, or various countries, and they learned about eating fresh vegetables are healthy and good for their diet and for their life. So if we can provide the very great, good quality West Bengal vegetables to various people, then you do not need to consume only inside West Bengal, but you can get the money from outside of Bengal. So that's what I found, because soil and quality is so nice. Why don't you utilize this asset? Then we are building this warehouse, and we are instructing farmers. But what I should do at last is these things. Oh, sorry. Providing storage and transportation to major markets, that's logistics. Then standardization of vegetables. Vegetables are big, small. Then, as I said before, that customers need to select salt, big and good, bad, at the supermarket. If we can standardize, then the cube of the shipment can be smaller and provide the basic knowledge of farmers to cultivate much efficiently. Then, at last, the long-term investment I like to explain in the next page at last. So, as I said before, we use warehouse more than 50 years, and possibly 70, 80 years. So every profit comes after depreciation. But can you believe that once you finish depreciation, huge profit will come? But it takes long. So we invest as a 102 years old company. We use the money generated by older warehouse, which was built my father or my grandfather. Then we invest for the new warehouse. So that's a kind of like a generation and generation to generation business. And normally, initially, we make a very so expensive warehouse because we need to make the building durable. But if you consider about interest rate and inflation rate here, 7%, if you can use that 7% interest rate or inflation rate, future, 30 years later or 40 years later, the initial investment is almost nothing. Nothing. And so if you can maintain the building nicely and can use more than 30, 40, 50 years, the profit will become really big. So this business model is a kind of like an old-fashioned, traditional Japanese warehousing company's strategy. But another thing which motivated me to do business here is because of other business guys from US, European countries, they cannot wait. Even Indians maybe cannot wait for such kind of long-term investment. Many people want to have return on investment very quickly, right? That means I don't have any competitor. That's easy for me because I'm a medium or small company and I don't have any kind of room to put more fierce competition. So I can wait without any competitors, but just rigidly and patiently invest. So I decided to concentrate my investment to West Bengal because I could find the very good vegetables and fruits here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Higuchi. We have heard about your experience in West Bengal, and I think it encourages us because it has been a successful experiment. and investment. Now we all are eagerly waiting to listen to Ambassador His Excellency Manjeet Singh Puri and former Indian Ambassador to EU, Belgium, Luxembourg and Nepal. And sir, we are eagerly waiting to listen to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Bengal Chamber. You've been always very nice, and I don't know, this must be the 5th or 6th time that I'm here. Mr. Ray, thank you very much. So I'm not here because I used to be ambassador to the European Union and this, that, and the other. I'm here actually because for many years, I used to be India's lead negotiator at the climate negotiations. And I have a long association with all of this, literally from the time that Kyoto was signed. So let me come down. Now I want to ask you guys some questions. You must be wondering, why are we having a discussion on sustainability when Mr. Trump is calling it a hoax? You agree with me? क्या जरूरत है बात करने का इस चीज के बारे में? क्या फायदा है इसका? ये सब तो होक्स है और नहीं भी है होक्स. उसने होक्स कह दिया तो होक्स ही हो गया, सब कह दिया. Is this true or not true? Would you agree? एक बिल गेट्स ने भी एक स्टेटमेंट दिया. पढ़ा आप लोगों ने किसी ने? कि यार ये कोई जरूरत नहीं है, अभी हमको जरा अपना वी मस्ट डू सम एजुकेशन, वी शुड डू ट्रेनिंग. अपने बारे में नहीं बोला. लेट अस डू ऑल दीज थिंग्स, दे आर वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. एंड द वर्ल्ड बैंक हैज स्टेप्ड बैक फ्रॉम सस्टेनेबिलिटी टू टॉक अबाउट employment and so on. Very important. Who says they are not important? Why do you think these people are doing this? What is the reason? What do any of you think? Why are they doing it? It's the power game, bhai. No, sir, yes, you are right. It's a power game. Let's understand a few things very simply. You know, when we use the word sustainability, we are actually, so these sustainable development goals were something that came out of a big negotiation process. If the Western world in those years, I'm talking about 10, 12 years before from now, 15 years before, if they had their way, they would be called the World Climate Goals. And the answer was very simple. You shall not consume fossil energy. We are also doing our bit, but you shall not consume at the high rate at which you are. And what do you think is the reason for that? The reason is very simple. In terms of technologies as we currently have them, no matter all this solar and wind, etc., hopefully all that will make a change in the future. The more you consume fossil fuels, the more energy you have. The more energy you have, the more power you have. The richer you are, the more powerful you are. It's a straightforward thing. I don't think anybody should not understand that. However, and that's exactly why old-fashioned Mr. Trump has a very different idea. Straightforward. Let's be very clear. Iran, Venezuela, he's not interested in going after those who don't have anything. This matters. But let us also make another point. And here is what I want to say to all of you, which is why I thought I should come here and speak to all of you. Look, is the planet Earth, is our atmosphere, are they waiting for geopolitics to align? Are they waiting for economics to align? Are they waiting for your and my power game to align? Are they waiting for Mr. Trump and his presidency to end? Are they waiting for India to become the world's largest economy? The answer is no. Global warming is a fact and it is taking place. And I want to say something else to you. Global warming is not just about what you are doing today. Of course, that informs what happens tomorrow. But it's about what happened day before yesterday. What your grandparents emitted, especially in the developed world, it's having an impact today. So when Dr. Mitra mentioned to you, who incidentally I've known him for a better part of 30 years, when he used to be the Director General of FICCI and I used to, work in the Ministry of External Affairs. A wonderful individual. You're very, very fortunate having someone like this. But remember what he mentioned to you. These difficult weather days, the climatic differences that we are talking about. Now, you know, those figures are exaggerated for a variety of reasons, but each and every one of you will agree that you've seen shifting weather patterns. Is it a fact or is it not a fact in your own life, in your own understanding? Do you recognize that there could be water shortages of the kind that you haven't heard of? Have you recognized that if there are glacial melts in the Himalayas, what will it do to you here? Think about something very simple. If there's a melt in the Arctic Ocean, do you know what it will do? It will result in sea level rises. You're sitting on the coast here. Don't think only London will go down. The waters will come all over the place. Now, I'm deliberately exaggerating matters. Hopefully, it will never come to that. What is the critical thing that you and I must learn to do? Should we not think in terms of what is called resilience? I am not saying that we should not develop alternate fuels. Of course, we must. The age of fossil fuels, 150 odd years when coal and oil have powered us, and we are all sitting in this air-conditioned room and enjoying ourselves. Wonderful, great, but it had a downside. Now, what do we need? We need another fuel. My understanding is solar, wind, etc. are things that you need to do at the moment. I think we need to find another fuel. Will it be hydrogen? Will it be sodium? I don't know the answers. I'm not a technologist. But alternate fuels, can it be nuclear? Perhaps. Perhaps. I don't know. But are we going to solve the fuel problem forever? Unlikely. The way nature is formed, it doesn't solve the problem forever. Because there's no golden panacea to it. In the meantime, what is it that all of us need to do? Those of us who are big enough, please invest in green hydrogen. Please invest, solar panels also if you wish to. Please invest in wind energy. Please invest in all of those, perfectly fine. But those who are not in that league, what should you invest in? Please invest in resilience. In the climate negotiations, we call it adaptation. Forget that word. Do you understand resilience? Have you noticed that this building has lasted 150 odd years? How many of the buildings that we built today are going to last 150 years? Our friend here mentioned to you warehouses running 50 years. If they are not resilient, and today's resilience has to take into account changing weather patterns, which was not the case earlier. Are you doing anything about standards? Are we doing anything about building new resources, buildings, roads? It's not just good enough to build a road. Your road has got to be such that it's in a position to be able to take care of changing weather patterns, changing water flows, each and every one of those things. What are we doing about that? And so I want to just leave a simple thought with every one of you. As I said, those of you who are big, invest in green hydrogen. Good for you. Those of you who are looking at startups, think about what you can do in terms of being much more frugal. And I don't mean don't consume energy, but try and utilize it in a much better manner with much greater efficiency, because this frugality is going to become an important element. Secondly, what are you doing about resilience? Are you thinking a little bit about it, or are you just meaninglessly putting up things? Remember, at the end of the day, you will bear the costs. Government, India, society, of course, will bear the cost, but it's an aggregation of your costs. You need to. And so, therefore, what can I suggest to the chamber? Actually, for a state like West Bengal, which sits on the coastline, which does have vulnerabilities of this kind, I would strongly suggest to the chamber that you constitute some small group, a few academics, few people in the technical side, some people in business who are interested. What can we do in terms of resilience for West Bengal? Madam, I'm delighted to see you here. Please do all the stuff that you want to do on the social side. Women's empowerment, better laws, equity. Please do all that. Perfectly fine. Remember one of the things which is very important. When Mr. Gates and others talk about health, they're not wrong. They're absolutely spot on. But let's remember, this word existentialist tends to give us the thing that मेरे को क्या लेना, मेरा grandchild को भी नहीं लेना, क्या फर्क पड़ता है? अरे भाई ऐसा बात नहीं है. The word existentialist is a very long word, but it starts impacting you straight away. And so therefore, those are things of a different kind of consequence. What you need to do for social equity, etc., is a different matter. We must do in any case. But let's understand what we can do, and I leave this thought strongly with you, Mr. Ray, with the Director General who's not here, but I want to just tell you all. While focus on mitigation is a national endeavor, hugely being taken place by the Government of India. Look at the figures there. So much of installed capacity in wind, this, that. By the way, our figures on installed are very high, not in terms of actual generations. Remember that. You know, we tell the world that our per capita emissions are 1/3 of global average, true. And we are some 124th in terms of per capita emissions in the world. But we are the third highest emitters today. Ye bhi yaad rakhiyega. So development comes at a price, and it's not very easy. In my times, I was able to negotiate policy space for India. What are global negotiations about? We as a country don't want to fall foul of international law. We don't like the idea. We don't do what the Americans do, 2 fingers, I don't care, I'll do what I want to. We want to be compliant with international law. So our negotiations were, hum pe target na ho. We get carbon space and so on. We were successful. But it's becoming increasingly difficult. If you become the 3rd largest emitter, you can keep saying, I have a very large population, but it doesn't cut ice. Because on what grounds do you say you should sit on the UN Security Council's high table? Then the guy will say, abhi to aap to bahut poor ho, aapko kya zarurat hai yahan aane ka? Ya to amir aadmi, powerful, jinke paas ICBM, wo baithte hain yahan. So the game runs in this sort of a manner. So my strong thought, global is really central government and beyond. They are doing lots. Lots on the renewable energy, 20,000 crores on this entire business of green hydrogen missions, all of those things, massive things are taking place. But adaptation, resilience is local. You must do it. And I want to stop here and just tell you all. I'll take a little walk. Anybody wants to ask me some questions, please do. I really want to tell you in the chamber here, because it's a local chamber. It's a chamber for Bengal. It's the oldest chamber in the country with lots more. I want to tell you, focus a little bit or focus quite a lot on resilience. You are in a vulnerable state. I want to stop now. I want to say thank you very much, Mr. Ray. If any of you want to ask a question or two, please do, subject to the chair's agreement.
1 or 2 questions, please.
Mr. Ray, you decide who will ask the question. Meera ji ko nahi bolne.
Is this working? Can you hear me? Yeah. First, great to see you here, Manjeet ji. It's fantastic. Whereas usually you say some things which are not really correct. So let me, I wouldn't say not correct, put in a way that your perspective comes forward. You talked about resilience, you talked about frugality, and all of these things. You see, these things are women-centered, very much. They are the ones who do these things more. And I think, therefore, that the original vision of the SDGs, which is they are all integrated, indivisible, and also it cannot be, it has to be done all at once. So I think prioritizing just the climate change aspect sort of diminishes the significance of the other goals. And that's the only context in which I disagree with everything you have said so beautifully.
Meera ji, I don't disagree with you. I'm not like George W. Bush that I can't eat bagels and watch TV at the same time. Please do all this. As I said, that you must do. But we are here to discuss sustainability here. And so therefore, let's not diminish the focus on sustainability because Mr. Trump calls it a hoax. Your areas are perfectly fine. We should do empowerment. Come on, how is it not good for us? I mean, I am only a beneficiary of that coming from a humble middle class background. That's absolutely necessary. But what a point I want to make to you is climate change is real. It's impacting us. It'll impact you. Therefore, do what you have to do local.
Thank you, sir. Actually,
Sir, I have a question.
Just let us.
Sir, is there any difference between profit maximization of a company, between profit maximization of a company and genuine sustainability? And if the difference is there, then how should the board of the company navigate it?
I would request you to please take it up offline, please.
Thank you.
Because we are really running short of time. So this is the end of this session. Thank you all.
Thank you.
We are just starting our next session, which is on responsible industrialization with sustainable manufacturing and technology adaptation for global competitiveness. We have chairperson of the session, Mr. Shurajit Bose, advisor in theory consulting. We have Mr. Alok Mukherjee, former president BCC&I. We have Mr. Jason Thomas, head biodiversity and natural capital from corporate sustainability department, Tata Steel. Dr. Rupali Basu, senior VP and regional business head, East and AP, HCG Cancer Hospitals. And Mr. Shudip Haldar, chief technology officer of Jupiter Wagons Limited. Yeah. May I please ask our speakers to please come up on the stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are starting the next session. I would request everyone to kindly take your seat, please. We are running short of time. I would request everyone to kindly please take your seat. We are starting the next session. We would request Mr. Shurajit Bose, advisor in theory consulting, to kindly come up to the stage, sir, please. We would request Mr. Alok Mukherjee, our former president BCC&I, sir, please join with us. We'd request Mr. Jason Thomas, head biodiversity and natural capital from corporate sustainability department of Tata Steel, to kindly come up to the stage, sir, please. Dr. Rupali Basu, senior VP and regional business head, East and AP, HCG Cancer Hospitals. Rupali ma'am, if you may kindly come up to the dais, please. I would request everyone to kindly take your seat, please. We are starting the next session. Rupali ma'am. Dr. Basu. I would request Dr. Rupali Basu to kindly come up to the stage, ma'am, please. We're starting the next session. I'd request all the audience to kindly take your seat, please. We are starting the next session immediately. Now I would request Mr. Surajit Bose to take it forward. Over to Mr. Bose. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Am I audible? Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a privilege for me to be back here almost after 20 years to this heritage building, to this historic institution. And as a part of the environmental subcommittee at that point in time, the discussions around corporate sustainability were varied. Energy efficiency, water efficiency, I have some of my friends still in the audience, so nice to see some of them. Today, this topic is very interesting in the sense that a lot of changes have happened with respect to the investor requirements primarily, making sure that the way corporates behave, the way corporates look very strategically into their environmental and social governance, industry and business coming together to make changes happen. Let me just try and give you a little bit of a glimpse. For example, just last year, McKinsey did a very interesting study, and they said that green premium is actually a reality. And corporates are getting more markets, more investments, lower cost of capital because of that. Then you have BCG come up with the supply chain decarbonization, where supply chain accounts for, as you know, 80-90% of the emissions. And this is entering their books and their budgets as of now. You have nature-based solutions. We have a speaker, Jason, who will talk about those. It has biodiversity co-benefits and water scarcity is now a very integral part of corporate valuation. You have all seen that during this year's budget, very interestingly, 20,000 crores has been kept for carbon capture, usage and storage, which is going to actually build resilience in the hard to abate sectors like cement and steel. Not just that, let us look at this as a big advantage. Maybe we will have products to sell to the rest of the world because of it. It's a matter of great opportunity is what I think, as a professional in this field for over 25 years. Then you have infrastructure risk guarantee fund, custom duty exemptions on lithium ion batteries, and also on the sustainable aviation fuels. All of these put together are going to give a lot of opportunities to businesses within our state as well as within our country. To this, if you add RBI's climate mandates and the disclosure framework for the top NBFCs and the commercial banks, now that is making sure that the financed emissions are getting reported. So what that means is every corporate needs to understand how they have their decarbonization levers going forward into scope 1, 2, and 3 and report it so that the financial institutions can also report it back to the RBI. Lastly, you have the Indian carbon markets, which has included about 28 new sectors in the offset mechanism. All of this putting together is big opportunity for industry today, and the outlook has to be on regenerative, technology-driven, industrial base to thrive in a very carbon-constrained world. I'll just spend a couple of minutes telling you a little bit of what is happening in the IT side of things. If you look at the role of IT in corporate, honestly speaking, my last 10 years has been with Coca-Cola. A lot of work has actually happened in the business side, which has had a tremendous impact on the environmental and social governance as well. For example, single-touch logistics systems. You have now industrial logistics and racking systems which are automated fully. You have got predictive maintenance, which has had a profound impact on industrial quality and the way productivity can be increased. Now, with this productivity increase and the influence of AI, already a lot of changes have happened in the area of ESG. But I would like to point out a couple of them which are very interesting before I give it to the very distinguished panel sitting here. One is the automated data ingestion, which is the natural language processing, which is converting invoices, bills into energy and water data. Predictive analytics on future emissions based on productivity growth, which is allowing companies to do a net zero mapping. You have satellite and IoT-based integration, which is monitoring deforestation. You have also got tools which cross-reference public claims against internal data and news to detect inconsistencies and protect the industries from greenwashing. Now, it's very important because if you look at the ESG risk assessment and the ESG rating agencies, apart from comparing different companies within the same sector, they also do something called the controversy analysis. And this controversy analysis takes information from the public domain as well as from what the corporates and its peers has reported. So going forward, you would have more of a company's information probably available also in the public domain. With these few words, I would like to give the microphone over to the very able hands of Mr. Alok Mukherjee, who needs no introduction, a former chairperson of the chamber, and has been like a mentor and a well-wisher for several decades together. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, all of you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To keep my request, I think it's not long time ago, not very long time ago, when industry and business meet sustainability, they didn't offer each one even a cup of coffee. But today, you see them meeting over lunch, and a day is, I think, in front of us when they will have a dinner together. So we are trying for that. Purpose, industry always had a purpose, and responsibility also, but it was not to the society. It was something else, profit, profit, and profit. Profit one has to do. Nobody should dare to have business if there is no profit. But the profit must be rational, must have been earned with responsibility. These two things are very important. And you cannot do that unless you have a trust. Unless you have a trust, it is impossible to build up trust with the society. Society must trust industry, and industry must trust sustainability. So, one of the basics must be first right, that industrialization is the engine of progress. Everybody accepts that. But, there's a big but, it must behave responsibly. Responsible to its employees, responsible to the general society, and to everybody else. It is over and above that you earn profit. Profit, as I said, is a must. But you must know that you have earned that profit responsibility. So ignoring the solutions is like ignoring the lights in your car. You always think, no, I'll go another 100 kilometers, so I'll go there. But then the car goes out of order, and then a huge amount has to be spent. Exactly similarly, we thought, well, I'll not do it tomorrow, maybe sustainability I will start next week. Then the cost of that will be tremendous compared to what we have been doing. So it needs also a strong infrastructure. That is the backbone of industrialization. And I was told to do a little bit of thinking and put the technologies that are involved. We must have, the business industry must have an offer to the society. Smart grid powered by renewable and smart grid both are comparatively the same thing. Then AI-driven logistics and digital highways, public-private partnership for resilience, and infrastructure as the circularity system of industry. This is one thing very important. The earth has almost exhausted its resources. So with the same resources, we cannot believe that in 2050 or 2070, people will have enough of everything, enough to eat, enough to wear, enough to live in, unless we do one thing. All the materials required for that must be sustainable, and must be circulating system. That means you must live in a circular economy, where the raw material is used repeatedly, once, twice, thrice, and you use the same raw material. Unless you do that, it will be almost impossible for mankind to sustain come the year 2100. Manufacturing is the heart of industry. Today it depends a lot on circular economy. The iron ore, everybody is trying to do it less ore, more iron. If you look at the plastic, repeatedly the plastic, how can it be utilized? Iron and steel, US has done a wonder about recycling a huge percentage of the steel need through recycling. So there are power-hungry nature of new technologies which we must remember. For example, everybody is talking about AI. Energy efficiency. All process must be clean and lean, including the plan for energy efficiency. Why do I say that? Is because of the fact that these are the things the society needs to make it habitable even in the year 2100. Our time is past. But what the point is, what we are going to leave for the people who are going to come taking birth on this earth. Workers' well-being, safe, fair and inclusive, that is, everybody knows that. So I think Henry Ford said this, that quality means doing it right when no one is looking. Exactly like that. You have to be sustainable so that you do not have to do anything. You are not ashamed of anything, doing anything which comes to either the society or someone else. But even then, you will not be ashamed for that. Therefore, today, not only equality, but it also is sustainability. The fourth industrial revolution using AI, robotics, IoT, and analytics, we know has brought in a kind of revolution within the industry. Less use of raw material, more sustainable. So these are a must to utilize this. Automation, but automation with responsibility. And data-driven decision-making, no hunch. I had this hunch, therefore I'm doing it. It must be all data-driven decision-making and global benchmarking and standards. So, as Peter Drucker has said long ago, the best way to predict the future is to create it. If you create it, then you are not afraid of the future. The future is digital, definitely, sustainable, and globally connected. It is also the sustainability and industry. The relation also depends on policy and governance. The government must be enabling, clear regulation and incentive. One very, very important thing, we shed a lot of crocodile tears for MSME. Oh my God, this must be done like Germany, Mittelstand, we must have this. But when it comes to doing something for them, we do very little. One of the SMEs told me that we went to get the loan from one particular department of the government, which was announced in the paper. Then we didn't get it, and then we went to the bank. There I was given almost an idea that if you want money from the bank, then you must show the bank that you have money. It's in a circle, but that's what it means. This is what I have heard from many of the SMEs. So climate, supply chain, and digital. Another thing one industry has to look, the business has to look is supply chain. They are responsible for their supply chain, not only to society, but that the supply chain is also responsible to the society. That is one of the most important things to see. So policy as the rule of the road for responsible growth. So in summary, the relevance of responsible business in India, drivers of responsible business, regulatory requirements will always be there, investor expectations, and global supply chain pressure. You remember the pressure everybody was brought up onto when, with China, when China reduces their production, what happened to the whole world. Everybody thought India will take the place, but unfortunately that has not taken place fully. Maybe partly, but it's most certainly not fully. So responsible business as a business enabler with reputation. You gain reputation over the years, but you can lose it in 1 hour if something bad happens to you. Access to the capital, and of course operational resilience. Resilience is so very important. Sundarban is protecting us from cyclones by their resilience. Exactly something happens to the market, you must have a resilience to face that. It will depend on, of course, different industries, different manufacturing setup. But to some extent, everybody must be resilient. An ecosystem of responsible business to flourish, it needs government support, it needs industry collaboration, It needs growing consumer demand. The last two will come, definitely is coming and will not welcome. But the government support, of course, is conditional on many things. But I'm very glad to see and say that in India, the government has woke up. And they are really helping in many ways. Like startup, they have done wonders with the startup with the government's help. So, lastly, the responsible industrialization is future-proofing growth, that you make your growth where the future is protected automatically. Prosperity without compromise, people, planet, and generation ahead. Call to action, commit to industries that are competitive, ethical, and resilient. And don't ignore the check in light. I have just one more sentence to finish it. I have heard somebody say, I don't want to protect environment. I want to make a world, live in a world where the environment is automatically protected, always protected, but never, I don't have to make an effort to make it protected. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mukherjee. I think you put together this entire canvas, which is so complex, of policy, the developing IT, and the new economic regime that we are entering so beautifully. Thanks for your words of wisdom. Thank you so much.
Sorry, I have to apologize to you. One second, I have to apologize to you that I have to run now, not go but run because of the delay. So I hope you will excuse me for that. Thank you very much.
We appreciate your time and thank you so much, sir. I now invite Mr. Jason Thomas, Head Biodiversity and Natural Capital for Corporate Sustainability, Tata Steel.
I don't know. That's okay. Can I put this one closer? Esteemed panel members and respected guests and BCCI, thank you for inviting me to be part of this conference. So we have heard quite a few about the context setting was already done by the initial speakers. I wouldn't want to go there. I want to give out a business perspective, especially from what we do at Tata Steel. So let me lay down the context. We have a presence across 4 geographies, that is India. Predominantly, our key operations are in India, UK, Netherlands, and Thailand. And most of our requirements are pushed through compliance requirements. And one of them basically is a climate requirement. So there are some strategic actions taken at all these 4 locations. But we are also driven by one more goal. So I think in the initial comments, someone made a statement that sustainability is not about compliance. So we have a top-driven goal, which is called Project Alingana. This is throughout for all the Tata Group companies, and this is directly monitored by the chairman of the group. And there are 3 working committees, Alingana working group committees, and each of them is chaired by one of the group company managing directors. So we have one working on decarbonization, second working on circularity, third is working on biodiversity. That's a group level goal. So because it's a group level goal, it flows down to all of us, and that is a goal which is beyond the compliance, and we are pushed to levels where we have to explore new things. However, there are, based on the goals that we have set, the goals are not exactly the same. I want to give a context here about that. We have, for example, taking example of carbon, I'm not biased that the conversation that we had. Let me just take one example this time, that is on the carbon footprint. We intend, there's a target to reduce our footprint at UK by 90% by the year 2030. Certain initiatives have been taken. Based on that, the target is we'll be able to reduce our footprint by 90% That's the story for UK. When it comes to Netherlands, we have another storyline there. A lot of funds have been allocated. Our target again there by 2030 is to reach close to 40% of reduction. Coming to India where major operations still exist, much of the production facility is in India. And here we are hovering around 15% is what the target that we have. And so when we come here, there's a thought probably why there are different targets for different geographies. So here where the business has to take a call. So all these three levers, while the intent is absolutely on board, but it has to be supported by three levers I would say. The first one is on the regulatory framework. As we know that EU ETS is so much applicable, and we are paying the penalty on every company that emits more than the allowance have to pay for that penalty. So that's where the EU ETS comes in place. So because of that regulation, there are stringent environmental laws that are applicable. So those initiatives drive certain strategic actions in Netherlands. And also similarly in UK as well. Very glad to know that Tata Steel India, in India we incorporated the internal carbon price in the year 2019. This was the first in the country. And this was, if you see now, there is a carbon market that's coming up in India, but we did it almost 6 and 7 years before. That's when we had an internal carbon price. So most of our capex decisions were moved or were facilitated by this internal carbon price. And the number was not small. We started with the $15 per ton of CO2. So any project that has a benefit of carbon saving will get this $15 additionally. So that makes it viable. However, there's no the actual real money coming inside the company, but it's a notional number which helps to move directions, take those strategic decisions. And then within 2 or 3 years, we reviewed that particular internal carbon price, and that rose to $40. So many projects we have concluded or completed using this internal carbon price. So while there is no compliance pressure on us, or we did not have that pressure last year. We know that CCTS notifications have already come out, and that will be enforced for all the steel players as well. But then this internal carbon price helped us to move through certain projects. The second lever is going to be the resource availability. Steel is a hard to abate sector. Being hard to abate sector means not many things are on the plate right at this point. So I think one of the presentations spoke about clean, affordable and accessible sources, right? So energy has to be clean, accessible and also affordable. So when it comes to the resource, we have found that while the intent is definitely there to decarbonize our sector, but our our Netherlands operations are positioned in a manner where they already are they have enough access to natural gas. So natural gas is the first lever where we will take to decarbonize the sector, and then the conditionalities that exist there prove that probably hydrogen will also come up. So because of that, we have changed the whole structure or the steel making process itself. We have moved from blast furnace to a DRI based steel making. That's the direction that has happened. So this second lever has helped to take a critical choice there. Now coming to our UK operations, most of the developed companies have per capita steel consumptions were quite high. So at this point of time, we have a lot of scraps that are coming back. So the availability of scrap at an affordable price is very high in these regions. And that's how we made a step in UK. We have shut down our blast furnaces. Those have been stopped. And now we are going into EAF, electric arc furnaces, where we will be using those scraps. So this second lever is used there. And in India, we are still exploring. We have put up a new plant that is in Ludhiana to make 0.75 million ton of capacity. So we are trying to regularize the scrap sector, which is kind of unregularized as of now. So that's the second lever. The third lever I would suggest is, that's an important thing we may sometimes miss out in the global context of business, is the growth scenario. Our observations, and not just ours, we have referred to multiple other sources. They suggest that steel requirement, we don't see a great growth happening in UK or Netherlands or European countries or established, because much of the steel has already been put in place, and it's about just facilitating what is coming out as scrap. However, for India, the story is quite different. the reports, multiple reports suggest that the steel consumption in India would grow by 5x or to 7x. That's where the story is quite different from other locations. Here we are bracing to a growth story. We will have to be part of that story as well, because we have to facilitate all those development activities. We have to give steel, and only then the developments, infrastructures will come up, and that's where all steel players in India will have to ramp up their production. But the challenge exists that while we ramp up also, what can we do with the current scenarios existing? So what we have done, as I think Puri sir was mentioning, about certain initiatives that we have taken. Now what we have done is we have tried our hydrogen. We have been the second steel plant in the world to try to inject hydrogen in the blast furnace. We did it last year. And we also did the CBM, coal bed methane injection as well, in one of the first in India. Similarly, biochar as well. So here, when it comes to biochar, we brought in a story where we are using natural resources to eliminate and to replace the coal. Now, let me come to one particular part of the story, which is, as we had three levers, as I mentioned earlier, that there is resource availability, there is the regulatory framework, and the growth scenario. Now coming to one particular section, if I ask, one of our key levers from Project Alingan as well, it's upon circularity. Now circularity, we are moving from a linear framework to a circular framework. The more processes are involved, the more energy it will consume. The more energy it consumes, it is going to be more expensive for anyone who is going to use the recycled product. So we go from, currently the activity is going from take, make and waste. We take it, mine it, we make a product, and then after that we waste it. So that's how our pattern is. Generally that's where we actually going to work on. It is important here that all circularity by itself it's not going to work unless we understand the science of it. So we have to classify this whole term into two sections. This actually has been detailed in one of the articles by Ellen MacArthur Foundation, and then it says there are two cycles. One is the technical cycle, second is the biological cycle. Technical cycle is the one products which don't degrade by themselves. They can be metals, they can be polymers like plastics, etc. They don't degrade by themselves, and they need to be handled, because they cannot be left to degrade, because by the nature it will not. But the only thing that can work out is we have to extract those materials and put them back into the system. That's how it will work. When it comes to the biological cycle, those products which, for example, would. So are we on time? So when it comes to biological cycle, those products, for example, we use for the items that are raw materials which are sourced from wood, or even sawdust or wood dust can actually be a source of biological cycle. There we wouldn't have to take action because it is the nature by itself is able to recycle the process. So what is essential here is that we are able to segregate both of them. You have to see both of them are different. They have to be handled. Circularity in this means it has to be done separately. Two different things. Metals and all those which cannot be degraded by itself has to be handled differently, and those which can be done by nature itself, we respond to it differently. Now here is one area where we have started to work. I would say it is a very initial place of work within our team, which is called the materiality circularity indicator. So every material that we produce will have an indicator. It has to flow from 0. It can float between 0 to 1. So what does it mean is how much of recycled or reused material are used as an input to make that product. That becomes the first information. The second is, once the product is made, after the life of it, how are we handling it? So these are two elements which indicates or which tells us that what can be the materiality circularity indicator for each product. So that's what exercise we will be doing. That's what we will be doing, and I believe that there are 4 factors which actually help us to do that. One is how much of input is taken. Second is what is the life cycle post the product is finishing its use. The third is the lifetime. For example, I'll just take an example that we have our mobile phones in hand, right? So these mobile phones have components which can be recycled as well. Those are possible. But the highest value of that product itself is when it is in use, when it is possibly in use. So the longer the phone is in use, the longer is the value of the product. So if you make a product which can be used for a longer time, that eventually, giving one last example, if we increase our life cycle of any product of use, the circularity improves. The last part of it is that how much of it is utilized. For example, now we may have come here by our personal vehicles or cars, and or some of us may have used the public transport. So, for example, if you have personal vehicles, how much there's a material that has gone into building that car, right? And how much of that material product is at the end being used by us? 90% of the time it is idle, either at a home, at our office, it is at park. No, once we reach our office, rest 8 hours it is left. So, how much of that material is also being used? These 4 factors define that indicator. I think that's an area where we are currently trying to work on. Just to close, that we at Tata Steel have a division which handles waste alone. We made value from that waste, close to 10,000 crores is what we hit the number last year. So there is always a potential to, if we work on this area, it is not just going to be waste, we're going to generate value out of it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jason. I think you covered a very wide kind of a canvas, and you set the stage very nicely for the next speaker, Dr. Rupali Basu, who's in the hospital healthcare sector. And very interestingly, hospital healthcare actually has a very large footprint, and she will tell us not just the footprint, how to also increase the social benefits that this wonderful industry gives us. Over to you, Dr. Basu.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. For healthcare, I think we are looking to SDG 3, which is good health and well-being for all. As we heard the speakers before, we are far off. We are in work in progress. I can't really talk about that. It is very far. A lot of work is being done, but we still have, it's still work in progress. So a truly sustainable health system is deeply interconnected with several other sectors such as energy, technology, pharmaceuticals, agriculture, infrastructure, and also waste management. Health outcomes are shaped not only by the clinical care, but also by the broader economic, environmental, social systems in which people live. As countries work towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goal 3, which I mentioned, collaboration across industries becomes very essential. Achieving SDG 3 for good health and well-being for all in India requires collaborative efforts amongst government, private sector, civil society, international organizations. Increased public health expenditure, stronger health governance, investment in preventive healthcare will be critical in sustaining the progress that so far we have made. Sustainability in healthcare has emerged as a critical priority globally as the health systems strive to deliver quality care while minimizing environmental impact and ensuring long-term resilience. We consume significant resources from energy to water to pharmaceuticals and medical equipment, making the sector both a protector of public health and a contributor to the environmental pressures. Sustainable healthcare, therefore, focuses on delivering efficient, equitable, environmentally responsible health services without compromising patient care. Hospitals and medical facilities are amongst the most resource-intensive infrastructures, generating large volumes of biomedical waste and consuming substantial energy. On the other hand, the climate change has a direct correlation with health. As it impacts, it creates health concerns from water contaminated to pulmonary diseases and others. We know quite a lot about that. In the context of India, as healthcare delivered in a significant scale to cater to population, sustainable health systems must therefore balance accessibility, affordability, and environmental responsibility. Green hospital design is what we are trying to do now. It's gaining traction with facilities incorporating natural ventilation, solar energy, efficient waste segregation systems. These initiatives have reduced and going to reduce carbon emissions, also lower operational costs, allowing healthcare institutions to allocate more resources towards patient care. Technology, of course, plays a crucial role in advancing healthcare sustainability. Digital health solutions such as telemedicine, electronic health records, remote diagnostics, all these have helped reduce unnecessary travel, optimize healthcare delivery, and expand access to services. And we are doing it quite a lot. We've really improved the last 5 years. Startups, health tech companies also contributing to innovation in diagnostics, remote consultations, affordable medical devices, all these helping bridge the gap between the urban healthcare capabilities and the rural, because that's one more SDG goal, that to bridge the affordability, accessibility. So I think this is what it is for me here as a written note. I belong to Healthcare Global, which is a listed company doing very specific cancer hospitals, the largest chain of almost 25 hospitals in the country, working for cancer. Cancer, as you know, is a multimodal treatment facility where there is a possibility of bridging the gap between the responsibility towards environment and climate, as well as giving good quality patient care. So we are going more and more closer to the cell levels, using genomes, using targeted cell therapy, monitoring even before giving the medical, the chemotherapy, before giving, just before that, planning as well as monitoring. There are multiple major amounts of research is happening, developments have happened, and after working in multi-specialty for almost 4 decades, I have decided to work for cancer hospitals for the next part of my life. It's just about a month-old assignment, but I'm already feeling very energized to see that how the multimodal ways of looking into radiation oncology, medical oncology, the surgical oncology, as well as BMT, all put together, nuclear medicine, all that put together, subspecialties going into the organs and getting very, very specifically treating cancer. Cancer is to be treated, as I say these days, to be treated as a chronic disease, like the way we treat hypothyroids or hypertensions or diabetics. 40% plus of the cancers are actually treatable and curable, and we must live when you have cancer, for diagnosed later and have to live with it. We have to live with quality adding to the years, and that's how I think I am looking forward to contribute my next part of care. And thank you all very much for having me. Thank you, Bcc&I. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you so much, Dr. Basu. Very heartening to hear that the hospital sector is taking so much of measures in designing. Now the next speaker is Mr. Sudeep Haldar from Jupiter Wagons Limited. You all would know that the Indian Railways has a very steep decarbonization target of 2030. And over to you.
Thank you very much, Surajit. It's a privilege to be here, and I really represent mobility industry. Now, in this particular area, let me just try to run a question. Do we know what is the most efficient way of mobility? When we walk, we meet up people in the morning park, walking. Do we know how much emission we make while we walk? Then it starts like this, that from the very beginning of our morning practices, and that's what I really appreciated, Ambassador Puri, that resilience is a sense with the personal attributes also, because we cannot reduce the carbon footprint like this. Now, just quickly coming down to the railway mobility. Since Yaguchi-san is here, I will just like to ask that when Japan went for this high-speed railway, then how it is being successful without an accident for last 50 years?
It was in Tokyo Olympic Games, so 1964, that inaugurated. And actually zero accident. of course, a small derailment was occurred.
Yeah, this is like this, that when we talk about the mobility of high-speed rail, we have to really understand that we have to eliminate accidents. There must be a purpose. And then the footprint, carbon footprint of high-speed rail is tremendous. Tremendous, but it only becomes useful when we have enough number of passengers using it, because then per capita carbon we can reduce. And Japan sets the example of using it. When it comes to India, we have to be very cautious. We have to be very cautious because the energy consumption is directly proportional to the square of the velocities. Raising it from 120 kilometers per hour to 200 kilometers per hour, 200 kilometers being the threshold of calling the high-speed rail. So then the energy consumption is geometrically increasing. So until and unless it is economically priced and people are induced to using it more frequently and effectively, high-speed rail for our Indian perspective may not be energy efficient. So on behalf of the chamber, we should have enough interaction with the government while putting money onto it to ensure that the particular project is installed in a way that it helps people and helps us reducing. Otherwise, that responsible industrialization will have no meaning. It will be a fancy, and we will land up in a really greater turmoil than what we are today. And the same way, do we know what is the most carbon efficient transportation? We need to keep ourselves mobile, but do we know? It is not definitely walking. Even if it is not definitely the bicycling, forget about motor cars and air jetting or high-speed rail. So far, we have to, being responsible means we must have the answers handy. We have to come with the readings. We have to understand that without information, without being able to respond to a question, the responsibility does not come. So I will call upon the chamber to host that kind of seminars where we have reasons to ask questions and understand how to interpret the environmental sustainability in every perspective of life. Now I have the advantage of Dr. Rupali being here, and if I can ask that what is the carbon footprint of paracetamol tablets? No, that's not the real thing, but I can tell you 1 gram of paracetamol takes about 55 kg of carbon foot emissions. It is phenomenal. The pharmacy produces enough amount of carbon emissions. So while talking about responsible industrialization, can we call upon the pharmaceutical companies also to tell us, let us know how they are thinking and what are the plans ahead? Now, once again, I will take advantage of calling one of my known persons. See, I know this gentleman, Ayan Banerjee. Let me tell that this gentleman is a qualified engineer and he runs a training and recruitment organization. Now, the thing is this, that setting up a seminar like this, do we know how much carbon emission it is taking place? And what this gentleman does, he does it mostly online.
Thank you, sir. I work across 8 countries, and it's always a pleasure to learn from senior alumni like you from mechanical engineering. Yeah, there should be a calculation, but my question, which I was planning to do, is to you that most of the leaders who are going to do it, sustainability, are now in colleges and schools. So why don't we see any of the institutes of technology, management, engineering represented over here? Because is sustainability a transaction? Or should sustainability be a strategy? Or should it be a culture?
What I wanted to really, thank you, Ayan, by the way, that what I really wanted to indicate is that virtual meeting has certain carbon footprints because we run the machines, and this kind of seminars, and there is no proportion. It is almost 500 times more. So let us wrap it up like this. Responsibility I have indicated on the topic itself, and thank you very much for sustaining me for that long of period of time. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much. I think you raised some very, very interesting questions. And I think we are already past 2:40. I think we will not probably take any questions from the audience. I think everybody wants to go for lunch. So with thanks to the panels and to all the participants here, we bring the session to a close. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I would request Ambrish Dashgupta sir, former president of Bcc&I, to please do the honors of giving away the mementos. To Mr. Surajit Bose. To Mr. Jason Thomas. To Dr. Rupali Basu. To Mr. Shudeep Haldar. Thank you, Ambrish sir. I would request all our delegates, guests and esteemed speakers to head on to third floor for the lunch. We have two very short, interesting sessions after lunch. One is Finances and Partnership for Goals, and one is Unlocking Economic Value in Sustainable Agriculture. So I would also request all our guests to please stay back and enjoy those sessions as well after the lunch. Thank you. We will now start our next session, which is Finances and Partnership for the Goals. I would request Chairperson of the session, Ambassador Manjeev Singh Puri ji, to please come up on the stage. And I would request Supriyo Sinha sir, Chairperson Bcc&I Leadership Institute and Director Business Transformation and Corporate Strategy, the Peerless General Finance and Investment Company Limited. I would request Manjeev sir to take on the cue and commence the session. Will be using hand mic? No, sir.
What do you want me to say? So let's start. Thank you very much, and thank you very much. This is always the toughest session, the one after lunch. First of all, you have to wake up. Secondly, you have to stop eating your lunch and you've got to come and listen to these guys. Not good. लेकिन हम लोग बात कर रहे हैं पैसा की. वो तो interesting होता ना. थोड़ा बहुत लोगों को interesting होता. Financing for sustainability. Now, Mr. Sinha, I don't know what your background is and what you do, but I'm sure you have much to contribute. So I want to tell you just this much, and I'll have to leave at 4 because I have a flight to catch. And I'm told that development has meant that the road from here to the airport takes 2 hours to traverse. Important. I appreciate that. Let's talk about money. You know, we are a huge, massive economy going towards $4 trillion and so on. But the kinds of monies which are required for sustainability in a big way are of multiples of this figure. Extremely difficult to do. Are we in a position to do it all by ourselves? A conservative answer from my side would be no. You need huge infusions of foreign capital. Today, the problem that we face is that the world's largest economy, the United States, is being officially switched off from doing anything on sustainability. I.e., with Mr. Trump calling climate change a hoax, what is happening is that the large funds, private equity and others, are hesitant because politics matters. It matters. They don't want to get into doing things which that particular side sees is no good. So there is a problem in terms of being able to leverage private capital from the largest market in the world. That doesn't mean it's impossible. There's much that you can do in European markets. There's much that you can do domestically. I'll just stop here and take a couple of questions, but Mr. Sinha to say whatever he wants before that. It's important in India, in my understanding, that we be a little clear on developing a taxonomy. Because taxonomies means there is clarity in what results in what you can do. So if you say ESG is important, green is important, sustainability is important, let it be the laid down criteria by which banks, financial institutions, PE firms, the capital market can judge you. Do you meet that? Now, we've been working on our taxonomies. In the end, we keep coming a bit short because what happens is the way we structure the taxonomy is we are not able to reach the high standards which are required in global markets, especially European markets, where the ESG screens are quite green. And you have problems. You know, we're not doing very well in getting pension funds from the UK, etc., to invest in green technologies in India. I hope that changes. We're working very hard with lots of people to do that. But on the other hand, I would tell every one of you, because you have agency, to turn around and tell to the governments, the others, the banks, etc., that look, sustainability is something critically important for us. It's not just that the RBI mandates something. Try and do that you can leverage money from people, from institutions in the country, and make it such a thing that it becomes attractive from outsiders to invest in the greening of India, the resilience build-up that we are doing. It's a tough call. It's not an easy call. But frankly, without paisa, it ain't gonna be an easy task at all. So Mr. Sinha, the microphone is yours.
I have, don't worry. So I was actually asked to speak on the role of partnerships in on sustainability, but I think partnerships, nothing will succeed without the paisa. So whether it's one player or different players, eventually things have to be commercially viable. So I'll share a couple of perspectives on what role partnerships can play in sustainability, and I think it will all add up to being commercially viable for everybody in a network. One of the things that come to our mind first when we talk sustainability or environment and climate change and so on and so forth is probably EVs. There are many things, but one of the things that come top of mind is probably EVs. And if you look at EVs, I was just putting down some figures. In year 2020, about 250,000 EVs were sold in India in the year, about 0.25, quarter of a million. In 2025, the EV sales will cross 2 million. Today, there are about 30,000 EV charging points across the country. By 2030, that 30,000 figure is likely to cross 1.2 million. Now, 40 times increase in 4 years. EV penetration was about 1% in 2020. Today it is about 8%. In 4, 5, 6 years' time, it's likely to go in the range of 25-30%. Now, obviously, this is a very exponential jump in the adoption of EVs. Who manufactures EVs? Players like Mahindra, Tata's, MG, these are the top 3 EV players today in India. But if it was only Tata Motors or only Mahindra or only MG or only anybody of the car manufacturers, do you think these numbers would have happened? Very unlikely. You need, right starting from the central government, you need the central government to put certain EV targets, to put certain environmental targets, to put some policies in place to encourage EV manufacturing. You need certain tweaks in things like, you know, the GST rates. EV GST is just about 5%. It's very different from commercial vehicles. Now, who's going to put that policy? It is, at some level, it has to be the government. You need the local government to provide land, licenses, you know, some of the concessions that are there for road tax for EVs. Those are provided by the local government. You need the battery manufacturers to work hand in hand with the auto manufacturers to make sure that the batteries they produce have a long life and they are compatible with the vehicles that the auto manufacturers are producing. Without which you have a car and you have a battery which is not compatible, or a battery which is compatible but that lasts only 1 hour, it will not work. And then you have, coming to finances, you have banks and NBFCs. And increasingly, banks and NBFCs have their own green targets. They have to report back to their own regulators on how much of green funding have they done. And they do provide 50 to 100 basis points of discount on interest rates, longer tenure of loans, etc. These are things that banks and NBFCs are providing to manufacturers to encourage EVs. You have a lot of these commercial fleet operators, the Olas, Ubers, and all of them. When the EVs come on road, actually, sometimes we realize, sometimes we don't, those are the guys who are adopting the EVs first. Because you need to get some sort of scale for the manufacturing cost to come down for people like you and me to be able to afford an electric vehicle. Now, those are the guys who are actually doing the first adoption so that the numbers go to a certain level, which will bring down the cost for retail consumers like us. So, the point I'm trying to make is, just building on what Mr. Puri said, is when we are talking about sustainability in any industry, it has to be in the context of business. Here it is in the context of business of a Tata Motors or an MG or a Mahindra or the battery manufacturer or the guys who are putting up the charging points. It has to be business, and therefore it has to be commercially viable. And you do need, and again, we sometimes don't realize that there is actually a whole network of entities which are playing together to bring some of these things to reality. You take any of these players that I mentioned out of the equation. Suppose the battery manufacturer did not exist, or the government did not give any incentive, either GST or road tax concessions for consumers to adopt. Or imagine there is no player who's putting up charging points. If you take any of these elements out, this whole thing will just collapse. So I'll pause there, but
So, Supriyo, if you might call you that, let me throw this idea. We'll ask you for, have you guys heard of the Ujala scheme? Do you all remember it? How do you think we were able to bring down the cost of LEDs? How do you think we did it? Are you familiar with what was done? Not in a simple methodology. LEDs was not a lab technology, it was a known technology. The costs of LEDs were very high. By simply placing mega buck orders, the costs were brought down. Today, try to buy an incandescent bulb in most major cities in India, you won't find anybody selling them. And that's exactly what was done. Can we do something similar? Is something possible in terms of aggregation? Aggregation of demand. But then I don't want to take anyone down the blue smart route, which was also aggregator. Sir, you had a question. Please ask. Please go ahead. Yeah, use this mic. We have only 15 minutes, so please feel free to ask your question.
Yeah, okay. So thank you so much. You raised the issue of EV. Now, whatever little I understand is that an EV is a vehicle which has to be charged the whole night, and then it has a battery which also requires whatever, manufacturing. So in a program on sustainability, because that charging has to come from electricity, which is generated in a thermal power station, which consumes enormous amount of fossil fuels. So how is this EV, the millions of EV in India today, taking the mission of sustainability forward? I'd really like to know.
And you know, they generally say, very simply they say, that you should electrify your economy, but green your electricity sector. That's what they say. So if you remember the first session here, there was somebody from the power distribution companies here. I think it was one of the senior officials there, who was telling you that more than 50% of addition to India's electric supply system is now in the area of the renewables. So we still have to reach there in actual generation terms. But the fact is that we are making major efforts in the country to try and give a push to solar, wind. Now we're looking at hydrogen, small nuclear reactors, every single one. You are absolutely spot on. Bijli is needed, without bijli kuch nahi chalega. Lekin bijli bhi green honi chahiye. That's also important, very important point. Anyone else? So everybody knows what to do. Koi paisa nahi chahiye, sir.
I'm from the water infrastructure sector, and we build, own, operate assets, including ETPs, STPs, etc. What we find is, without the government push, essentially in the municipality sector, you don't find the climate finance to fund long gestation infra projects like ZLD, zero liquid discharge, or ETPs, CTPs, and for an industry which is small, to aggregate each industry into a combined CETP, that is the combined effluent treatment plant, that financing, who is the counter guarantor for it? How do you take it out? We tried out in Rajasthan, in a couple of places. The industry doesn't get combined, so they say that the government will give you some subsidy but not element. So the GST is the same, 18%. There is no counter guarantor. Interest cost from a bank is around 14% or around 12%. Who is going to finance infrastructure for climate?
I think fantastic questions, and I don't think there is an easy answer. There are some sectors which have, over a period of time, found a solution, and there are many sectors which are yet to find the solution. I think the power generation sector has found some sort of a solution through the DISCOMs in the form of long purchase agreements, because the distribution companies have to distribute, and therefore they get into long purchase agreements, which basically creates a, what should I say, it gives the comfort to the financiers to finance such projects. In the private sector, like I was saying, in this whole EV thing, a lot of the commercial fleet owners are adopting EVs. They are also getting some benefits from the government, of course, and that is helping. Because when it comes to financing, basically the NBFC or the bank will look at what is the guarantee of the returns, in simple terms. And if there are long purchase agreements, it gives the cushion and the risk perception comes down, and therefore the interest rates come down. But yeah, in the case of water, probably there isn't a solution yet. Honestly, I don't know if there is a ready-made solution.
Yeah, Supriyo, you're right, and this is a very important question. You know, which is why I mentioned to you the issue of taxonomies. You know, you need to do this, and you need to be serious about it. You know, it's not a question of taxonomy to satisfy global carbon policy space requirements, meeting the UNFCCC's goals. No, it's about actually doing it. So just as in Ujala, we said, karna hai. The Ministry of Power put everybody together and forced the Bajaj and the Philips, etc. Come on, sell your lamps. But those chaps made enough money in terms of quantity. So in all these water projects, etc., frankly, it's not just the municipalities, but at level even above that, we will have to talk in terms of aggregation. You will have to make things out. But do remember what Supriyo had said. If there's no money to be made by those who are in the business will flop. So Philips made money. It's not that they didn't make money. And they made as much money as they would have by selling bulbs at a much higher rate, but much smaller amounts of bulbs. So you need to remember that they also have to have a return of investment. Their ROIs also need to be good. They also have to return to their investment. So it's a very important point. I think this is something that we should flag. If this is the chamber, we should flag this, Take water as an example. It's a critical area for India. We must do that. Let's get thinking moving in that direction. That's important. Thank you very much for this. Truly, what should I say, $1 million question. Sir, we seem to have sorted out money. The floor is yours. Thank you very, very much for this.
I would just request my colleague Ananya to hand over the memento. Ananya, can you please come and hand over the memento, please? I would request Ms. Shoma Mitra Mukherjee, the Assistant Director General of Bcc&I, to please do the honors. Shomadi, can you please come up on the stage? Yeah. To Manjeet Singh Puri ji. To Supriyo Sinha sir. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, sir. With that, we'll come to our next session, which is on unlocking economic value in sustainable agriculture and rural development and sustainable natural landscape and business opportunities. We have with us the chairperson of this session, Mr. Jayanto Chakraborty, mentor Bcc&I National Agri-Horti Food Processing Rural Development Committee. We have eminent speakers like Dr. Sangeeta Mitra, Director WWF India, Ms. Shoma Mitra Mukherjee, Assistant Director General Bcc&I, Mr. Minal Kanti De, General Manager West Bengal Regional Office NABARD, Mr. Rajiv Mondal, CEO Arogyam Medisoft, and we have a special video message from Beno Boyer, Program Specialist Natural Science, UNESCO New Delhi, Regional Office for Bangladesh, Bhutan, India and Nepal, Maldives. So I would just request to rearrange the table and place the name cards accordingly.
Hello, hello, hello.
Yeah, Jayanto sir, if you can just kindly come up on the stage. Dr. Sangeeta Mitra, please. Soma, ma'am. Mr. Minal Kanti De, sir, if you just kindly come up. And Mr. Rajiv Mondal.
Good evening, everybody, and hearty welcome to this session. And it's a bit challenging also at 4 o'clock to discuss about agriculture, which starts in the early morning with breakfast. So we are straightway coming to dinner now. So anyway, I think it's a pleasure to coordinate with the esteemed speaker. Thanks Dr. Sangeeta Mitra, Director WWF India, Mr. Minal Kanti De, General Manager NABARD, Mr. Rajiv Mandal, CEO Aragam, and Shoma Mitra Mukherjee from Bengal Chamber, and also Mr. Venovor, who will be addressing through a recorded message also. You see, this message, session is the amalgamation of three broad subjects actually. It is not a single: agriculture, rural development, and natural landscape. Just think about it, how big it is. And agriculture and rural development in Indian budget occupies the third and fourth highest invested budget in the India also. So straightway, before we come to the panelists for their opinion, I'd like to set a context that in agriculture, in 1960s and 70s, we started with the Green Revolution, because that time we were really living with hungry stomachs actually. We didn't have the foods. So that time we have done the Green Revolutions. And in 60s and 70s, we have intensified our resources like fertilizer, pesticides, seeds. There is no regret for that thing, because that time hunger alleviation was the major subject actually. So we have done it, but at the cost of exploitations of the natural resources also. That is a big thing. Then came the, after gradual preparation, there comes the Food Security Act. All these things has come now. So we are a food secured country now, but honestly speaking, we are a grain secured country now. We are not food security, because calorie wise, nutrition wise, we are not a secured. We are grain secured from cereals point of view. So that is a major difference is there. And when the subject is coming to sustainability on agriculture and the natural landscape and rural development, there are a lot of things is going on, because agriculture and all those things are a macroeconomics actually. Here you will find that major focus is on soil, on the application of fertilizer, on the application of pesticides. All those things are there, but the transformation has started from reducing the load of toxic ingredients from soil and air to a green chemistry molecules also. So here, policy push is very much required actually. This is a subject, because in India, right now, 14.5 crore farmers are there. Just think about it. Even many countries, they don't have the populations. We have 14.5 crore populations of farmers are there, and to mobilize them, you need a policy push. I'm telling you how policy push can sometimes advantage, sometimes disadvantage also. Now we have all know that methanol, we are blending ethanol with the petrol, but for that case, we are indiscriminately cultivating maize plants actually. But we are sacrificing the pulses or the proteins also. So a lot of things are there. So these eminent speakers will give their opinion on their subjects. So I will humbly request that speakers can take in the first round 5 minutes each. Then we will go for another 5 minutes. Then we can close the session also. So with due respect, requesting you all to adhere to the time. First I will go to Dr. Sangeeta Mitra, Director WWF India. Her understanding on the topic of the subjects. You like to have some presentations? Okay. Yeah.
Now I think it's audible. Ladies and gentlemen, very good afternoon to all of you, all the distinguished members here on the dais, Ms. Session Coordinator, Mr. Chakravarti, in front of me, all the present dignitaries, and I'm humbled actually, I'm privileged also
that it is indeed a privilege to be part of this session, that engaging in one of the most relevant dialogue, relevant topic. I don't know, in the morning I was thinking I started jotting down some points to share with you, but maybe in these slides you may get some inputs. Definitely, as Mr. Puri was also speaking, this is really a very difficult but very crucial topic, because whether we have chosen the path of sustainability or not, we are not sure, because I beg your pardon, sustainability, following the path of sustainability is very difficult. Believing sustainability is something else. I must begin by saying that I'm not a professional speaker in this kind of forum. However, the theme of this summit, specifically where business meets sustainability, or perhaps more appropriately, where economy meets ecology, I think is extremely relevant. I'm a person with a background in science. I have learned a little bit of science, whatever I understand. The idea of sustainable development is not new. Today's topic, what is more relevant is sustainable agriculture. As just now Mr. Chakraborty was saying, half of India is feeding, and the farmers, the number of farmers we have, I think it is much more than any country's population. So the global community formally began acting on sustainable development, I think almost 34 years back, from 1992. I will share that chronology with you. But the thing is, the economy is embedded with nature. It is not external to it. If natural systems fail, economic systems cannot survive. So therefore, sustainability is not a choice. It's mandatory now. But an important question arises, is sustainability a relative term for us? Sometimes I feel so, because is it really compliance, or it is a competitiveness, that who is more sustainable? Or is it cost, or is it opportunity? Frankly speaking, if we examine sector like agriculture, one of India's most critical economic pillars, the opportunities are immense. But agriculture supports livelihoods, it supports our food security, it contributes fertility, water resources, and it has a lot of other issues related to it, pollination, pollinators, biodiversity, a lot of interdisciplinary subjects are related with it. At the same time, agriculture is highly dependent on soil health, water quality, biodiversity, and climate stability. Now, sustainable agriculture opens up new economic pathways, which we find as opportunities also. So climate resilient farming systems, efficient water use. Someone on a dignitary was speaking about the water sector. He pointed out some issues. Organic and natural farming markets. These are all opportunities. We all know that. But these are not environmental add-ons, actually. They are emerging economic frontiers also. This decade also is decisive in the context of sustainable development goals. We are talking about SDGs, which has a framed timeline. 2030 is our target. We have our nationally determined contributions. We have our all targets. We have fixed targets, but unfortunately, we have missed most of the targets, maximum time. If we align policy, business models, if we community action, sustainability, can transform from a moral obligation into a growth strategy, frankly speaking. And the question before us today is not whether we can afford sustainability. The question is whether we can ignore sustainability. This is the question. Now, coming to the point that I wanted to share with you today. I hope it is visible. Okay. These are the key global milestones. Just a few minutes back I told that almost 34 years back we started with it, with the adoption of Agenda 21. Globally we started like this, as Mr. Puri was also telling, that UNFCCC, our commitment, all these things, and obviously a global climate fund. Nobody is having any concerns on that. And above all, the geopolitical uncertainty, today's world. So the Johannesburg Summit, the UN General Assembly in 2015 actually, we came up with SDGs. Now if we talk about the SDGs, just now, a few minutes back, what we are discussing was SDG 17 actually, partnerships or partnering. Very important, but are we doing our collective activities? If I go to that point, I must mention, we are in an emergency period. I want to share with this August platform. We are not in a world of climate change. We are in a world of climate emergency. I don't know whether we recognize it, whether we realize it. That's a different issue. You can't escape. We have 3 planetary emergencies, and the 4th is our geopolitical uncertainty. Every moment, everything we are doing. Now, this is actually a reverse process. This is not sustainability. This is not the path of sustainability. What we are moving towards, totally an uncertain path. Now, coming back to the discussion point regarding our natural resources. As I told at the beginning, much of our natural processes, now we are unable to understand because it is silent, it is invisible, and it is mobile. You may not understand nature and natural process. It is happening. Nature is a scientific laboratory. And it is happening, and we are not, in fact, putting price on whatever we are using. From whatever raw material we are using in our industrial process, in our day-to-day developmental processes, these are all coming from nature. So these are all natural resources we are extracting and we are using, whatever we are manufacturing. Largely it is from natural resources. But the problem is, we have not accounted the natural capital. This is the biggest crisis. We have never accounted. In our GDP, it is not accounted. The 3 pervasive features of mobility, science, and invisibility that I spoke about, it makes it impossible for markets to record adequately the use we make of nature's goods and services. We have never accounted this. Now coming to we started the previous session, I'm just pointing out that we discussed about money, where from it will come. What is money now? Natural capital has a market price, but not its true accounting value. True accounting value is something different, and market price is much, much, much lower, which is the price at which a good, service, or asset is exchanged for in the market. So we are unable to actually assess the market price of anything, any natural resource. So our exchange price is very limited. Now coming to the sustainable agricultural point of view, see, organic farming, sustainable practices, IPM, integrated pest management, or water conservation strategies, these are very common practices. I think I don't have to speak about it. All of you know it. But the most important point in terms of, with respect to India, is around 50% of the world's habitable land is dedicated to agriculture. It is almost same in India. This includes both cropland and grazing land. And it is, in India, it is one of the most important sector that has the biggest impact on the health of our planet. It is India also, it is most important factor. Now, I spoke about this decade of restoration, that UN decade of restoration, we are passing through it actually. This decade, more than half of the decade is over. Now it is 2026. We had a target. We have committed that preventing, halting, and reversing loss of nature is our sustainability path. But see the facts. We have to depend on our facts, not on perceptions. The fact is, in front of you, almost 60% of the land in India is used for agricultural purposes. We can't ignore that. 85% of our Indian farmers are marginal or smallholders. They also have economic opportunities, I must tell you. Owning less than 2 hectares of land, so yet they cultivate nearly 50% of the country's crop area. We can't ignore when we think about sustainable agriculture. Agriculture is the largest consumer of fresh water, utilizing nearly 80 to 92% of the total freshwater withdrawals. And where from it is coming? Coming from nature. Placing immense pressure on natural water systems. Our rivers, our streams, whatever the water pools we use. India has over 2.78 million hectares under certified organic farming, but it is approximately 2% of country's total net zone area. So there is immense opportunity still left. Groundwater depletion crisis, inefficient irrigation practices, shrinking rivers and wetlands, ecosystem imbalance, and sustainability challenges. So sustainable development has plenty of challenges as well as opportunities. Opportunities for the markets, for the market drivers. Now, how to reduce our footprint? We are looking at all these points. Same thing, I don't want to discuss, this is a global point of view. Now, one point I must mention here, probably we are not looking into it. You invest $1 for nature, you get return of $9. I don't think any market item or anything can give you that much of return. The problem is we have not accounted that cost. Now coming to the core areas, work areas where WWF is working, my organization is working. We are also working on sustainable agriculture and water management practices for crops with high environmental footprints in vulnerable regions across India. Somewhere it is central India landscape, somewhere it is in western part, in Gujarat, in Telangana, and many other places on different kind of projects. And deploying also innovative technologies and systems to reduce water use mainly and to limit the carbon footprint. Now these are the recent initiatives implementing Better Cotton Initiative, mainly in Punjab and Telangana, organic and regenerative agriculture in the central Indian landscape, sustainable land and water management in cotton systems in Maharashtra and Telangana, and then also some biodiversity impact, understanding impacts of cotton production systems on avian biodiversity in the Nal Sarovar wetlands, Gujarat. So these are current program going on. Now coming back again to sustainable, as I told, many are the marginal small farmers. Yeah, I will do it first. So this is one of the opportunity for the small farmers. People are also practicing, maybe very limited scale, but this is one of the good opportunity for small holdings, the farmers with small holdings. It is an integrated organic farming system. I don't want to go into detail of it. I think many of you might be knowing it. Then I'm coming to certain SAPs, some sustainable agricultural practices in India and key opportunities thereon. Obviously, water is a big opportunity, use of water and treated water. Okay. Organic farming is very less in India. You see the map, but it is a very popular thing in all over the world. But in India, it is still in a nascent stage. India's treated used water could unlock an economic opportunity of up to $35 billion by 2047. I think this is a good opportunity and could be used annually to meet major industrial and irrigation demand. Coming to geographical coverage of states producing vermicompost, very known factors. These are very small units. Even small holdings people and some small entrepreneurs can actually take up vermicomposting. But you see the vermicompost produced available lakh metric tons in different states. West Bengal is also still behind. Except Assam, not much of the states are involved in it. Crop rotation and intercropping. So this is a practice, but this is not only practice. I will share many of you. This is the scenario across the different states in India, crop rotation and intercropping. These are all sustainable agricultural practices, if I say. Biodynamic farming, this is another kind of thing. I think in West Bengal probably tea industry uses this. This is a different kind of farming practice. Biodynamic farming system mainly works on the relationship between plant growth and cosmic rhythms, mainly solar lunar rhythms. So this is very unique, but this cannot be done in large scale. Now other modes of SAPs. Agroforestry is very common, but for the large farmers, not for the smallholders. Conservation agriculture, this is another practice, very less practice, but still this is an option. Cover crops and mulching. I think mulching and cover crops is an old traditional practice, but hardly we practice it across the country and we have forgotten all these techniques. Contour farming, very commonly practiced in northeastern states. Permaculture, it's a polyculture system. Floating farming. I think in some parts of West Bengal it is still practiced. Kerala, Arunachal Pradesh, Manipur. Integrated farming systems, I think many of you know it. So these are other models of sustainable agricultural practices which are at low scale happening across India. And then we must speak about traditional technology. Some of the components, and we can, actually some of the states have taken up, maybe in urban area also. In urban area also we can practice sustainable agriculture and aquaculture. That practices are there, only we have to find the opportunities and link the market producers and the different agencies. These are certain examples how we can utilize the tradition and technology together for sustainable agricultural practices. Now coming back last, I'm looking at the own city of Calcutta. I think you know this is a sustainable practice, but I am very sorry to say that we are almost going to stop it because we have choked the entire wetlands. I talk about the Nal Sarovar just a few slides back. That is a Ramsar site. In our own city of Kolkata, there is a Ramsar site. We have ignored it like anything, I must confess. I'm very candid enough. We have ignored it totally. Thank you. There are many more things to discuss, but I think time is too short.
Thank you, Dr. Sangeeta. I think wonderful. I'm just giving you, in condition to what doctor has told, 3 things. Do you have any idea that to produce 1 kg of rice, how much of water is required? 1 kg of rice, how much water you need? To produce 1 kg of rice, you need 3,000 liters of water. Think about it. That means more you export rice to abroad, you are exporting your underground water to abroad. So that means none of the developed countries, they don't cultivate rice actually. They preserve the rice, they use their hard currency dollar, they import the rice from Asian countries to their country. This is one of the big strategy push which government is taking now to go for rice without water. That is called direct seeded rice. Without water, it will be less water. Second thing, coming to her point, that in tea, you see, 30 years back, nobody has heard about tea looper, one of the insect in the tea garden. Nobody has heard about it. Why it has come? We have destroyed adjoining forest and gone for the tea garden expansion. And this pest was in the forest. And tea being the perennial crops, they came to tea garden and started this. So this is a clear-cut destruction of the land where landscape has been damaged also. And think another situation. If there is no honeybee in the world, what will happen? We all will die. Because the sort of pesticides we are placing, honeybees are not safe actually. That's why in many European countries, a lot of the chemicals like neonicotinoid, all these things are banned actually. Many times you will find lots of flowers are there, but there is no fruiting because honeybees are not there. Because you have indiscriminately used toxic plant protection chemicals there also. So their intervention is required. So this is a question that how sustainability, what she has told, that it should be practiced also. Now coming to the next speaker, I think Dr. Shoma will presenting a wonderful story about BCCI's initiatives in Sundarban. So thank you, Shoma, please.
Yes. Hello, my presentation, please. Thank you, sir, and good afternoon, everyone. For the sake of time, I directly go to the work that BCC&I, this one. So, this is a project, this is our very own, BCCI's own project, and this project is, conceived and designed by us, by the Bengal Chamber of Commerce and Industry. And you can see that it's a kind of an experimental one. Like when we talk so much about sustainability, mitigating issues arise from climate changes, we try to experiment this at the ground zero, how to address these issues. And I would like to inform you that since last 2 years, more than 2 years I must say, that we have been, like BCC&I, our own team, we are conducting, executing this project. And this is, as of now, it has been possible, and the credit goes to SDG 17. It is, totally a partnership-based project where, apart from us, apart from Bengal Chamber of Commerce, government, central government, regional government, local government, people, community people, and obviously, industries are part of this project, and that is why as of now we can do this project. So we have chosen Sundarban, the most vulnerable area, and where we can see the maximum impact of climate change. So what exactly we are doing there? This Reverse Climate Change is a project where we are trying to save Sundarbans and its people from climate change impacts. Now, what we are trying to do is, trying to put up a natural barrier to save Sundarban through planting mangroves. Now, when it comes to planting mangrove, we think that it's just going there and, plant the trees. But actually, it is not that. For, mangrove, you need training, and the most important part of the whole program is involving the community, people of Sundarbans in the project. If we can't involve the people of the community, then, this project, we all of us know, will not be sustainable. So the part one is, making the whole area resilient to climate change. And we started with, training, skilling the people so that they become part of they become the group who will do the work. So we have, as of now, we have trained means they are trained and they are certified by NSDC under Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, and they are now certified as skilled laborers, and they are now doing the project in Sundarbans, to be very specific, in Sagar block. And now we have more than 2,000 such trained force, and 95% of them are women. Now what they are doing is that they are doing, as part of this project, they are first raising the nurseries. As of now, we have 4 nurseries in Sundarban, and they have raised almost 5 lakhs. To be very precise, they have raised 4,77,000 different types of different species of mangrove under our project. And after that, like this mangrove species, these are the different types of mangroves in the nurseries that they have raised. So once the training is over, the most important part is, creating livelihood for them. So how do you create the livelihood? And livelihood which is integrated with mangrove and protecting the mangrove. Now, once this part is done, we, for creating livelihood, which we are calling climate-friendly livelihood, we request for the support of the corporate. Here comes the corporate, which is supporting us for plantation work. And for the plantation work, we are, we are giving more than the, wage which they get from 100-day work. So almost 375 rupees, not almost, we are giving 375 rupees wage per day. And that is how they become the part, they have become the integral part of the whole system or the project that we have generated. As of now, we have generated almost 35,000 days of work there. And the most interesting thing is, we have what is our livelihood generation strategies that I was talking about this. Apart from plantation work, the nurseries are, now these nurseries, because they are trained, now these nurseries are managed by the women, those who were trained, and now they are also selling the mangroves that they have, created. Now you can see, like, these are the goals, SDGs, that we are trying to address through the project. Coming to the end of the whole thing is that the carbon credit, this is also where, the sustainability part of it comes. I hope many of you know that, it is an, obviously, very, an international assumption that a mangrove tree sets off 12 kg of carbon dioxide in an average per year during its lifetime. So when we have already created almost 4 lakhs of saplings and we have already planted 2 lakhs of mangrove trees. Now you can imagine this project, this reverse climate change project, in last 2 years itself, how much carbon dioxide it has, the project has set off from the atmosphere. So that is the beauty of the whole project, which is, you are creating climate friendly green livelihood, you are protecting the most vulnerable area, and at the same time carbon dioxide set off is happening through livelihood generation, and the entire community is associated with the entire project. And obviously the next important part is that how do we survive, because it's like a carbon, all of us know a mangrove project is not a, it's a very long term project, at least 40-year-old project, and that is why it is very, very important the community becomes an integral part of it, one. And the most important part which we have realized from Bengal Chamber, which right now we don't have in the country, is we need a very dedicated force, rather you can say climate protector force, skilled force, who are passionate and those who have perseverance, because when we have implemented this project, we have seen how difficult it is. It is easy to present here, probably present the whole thing here, but it is truly, truly difficult. And my colleagues, those who were there, those who have been with us, are like doing this project, how difficult is this to actually, do the project, implement the project, and, make it sustainable. So we need a very strong, passionate workforce, those who understand the significance of the whole work. Thank you. They are the beneficiaries, and like this is a big one, it's a big project, so I'm not going slide by slide. So this is the whole thing we are trying to do, and which is not very common for a Chamber of Commerce. Thank you.
Thank you, Shoma. I think these are wonderful presentations. I think nationwide, this is one of the unique projects run by the Bengal Chamber. And it is not a one-day seminar, one-day event. It is a continuously running for 2 years, actually. That sort of passionate working by Bengal Chamber is really praiseworthy. Thank you, Shoma, for leading the campaign. So now I'll request Sri Mrinal Kanti, GM Manager NABARD, to have his views.
Thank you, Mr. Chakraborty. Respected co-panelists, dignitaries sitting on the other side of the panel. I think you don't require introduction of NABARD. I'll be very brief because time is also a constant in this. I've just jotted down 5-6 points where NABARD's intervention is there, and the topic is also, we have got agriculture and rural development, and NABARD's name also is having agriculture and rural development. So I'll just tell you, NABARD's portfolio, 30% of our portfolio is green. We have assessed. We did some green taxonomy part, and then we assessed that 30% of our portfolio is green. And major activities, what I should flag here is, the first point we started almost 3 decades ago is watershed development. And those who are not really technical, then they will understand. Basically on watershed development, we target soil and water. we say that when water is running, make it walk. When it is walking, make it sleep. That is the basic objective of watershed development. And we have covered 27 lakh hectare of water area under watershed, covering around 3,700 watersheds all over India. And in West Bengal, it is almost 10% of the area is covered by NABARD scheme. The second scheme and the watershed development, our basic objective again, what Mr. Chakravarti was telling, is that we should not export water. So we try to diversify our cropping pattern. We try to change the cropping pattern from rice-based to pulses or oilseeds or some other millets also. So that is our basic objective. We tell the farmers that we should not grow paddy, we should not grow sugarcane, and to some extent banana also. So these are all water guzzling crops that we call it. The second project which we target is the tribal. That is the most vulnerable section of the society. And those also are also living near the forest, so they create disturbance to the forest also. So that is why our major target, and in all India we have got around 8.5% of our population and tribal. So there we have a very unique project where we tell them that you plant trees, forest trees of almost 1 to 1.5 acre land, and that will give a sustainable income of almost 90,000 to 1.2 lakh over a year. So that is our target, and we have covered 6 lakhs families and targeted a orchard development of almost 6.5 lakh acre. That has given really impetus, and really those tribal families, they are not now dependent on forest resources. They have become independent of that, and that way sustainability has come into the play. The third is a climate change. Now NABARD, I think for the initial days, when this climate financing things happened, NABARD was nationally implementing entity for NAFCC and also adaptation fund. It started in 2001 and 2. Then we are also a direct access entity for Green Climate Fund. And we have some projects in India. In West Bengal, we have a project in Bankura and Purulia districts, where again tribal families and other areas are also given some treatment where water and soil can be conserved. The third point which I am telling is that we are also piloting some of the climate change projects. And I am happy to hear that one of our partners, Mr. InCube, Mr. Tridivesh is here. So I think he must have shared your experiences to the audiences. There we are also targeting Sundarban area. There Sundarban area we are ecosystem restoration through mangrove plantation mainly, and the basic objective is again the giving some return to the families, poor families, through carbon credit proceeds. And one major I just must say is that in addition to the grant-based project, loan-based project, NABARD has tried returnable grant. If a project is becoming viable, economically viable, giving some return, they can give back the grant to NABARD so that we can implement some more projects. So that returnable grant concept has also come in this picture, in this project. So that is, some other projects are also there, but I'll just mention one thing. State government has taken an initiative of constituting a green finance hub so that the green financing can happen on a more smoother way and different products can be developed. That is one more development. There is one more fund which NABARD has initiated where a lot of traction is there, is National NABARD Green Lending Facility, NGLF. National Green Lending Facility, where NABARD is giving loan to the various entities, including government, private entities, private companies, I should say, federation, SHGs, FPOs. So there also some lending is happening, and we have got a now portfolio of some 10 projects, roughly around 4,000 crore projects are there. So I invite all of you, if you can have avail that. I wanted to make a presentation of that, but because of paucity of time, I am not making a presentation, but it is available in NABARD website. It is available there. Now institution building is also very important. So therefore, SHG And formation of FPOs is also very important for maintaining sustainability and even for the income of the benefits should go to the farmers. Otherwise, middlemen are getting the maximum benefit. So therefore, the NABARD is encouraging in a lot way in formation of FPOs, and we have almost 7,500 FPOs all over India. In West Bengal, we have got around 400 FPOs, and they are really doing well, and they are really, farmers are now getting lot of income from that formation of FPO. Another product which I think I should end here is the Rural Infrastructure Development Fund. The Rural Infrastructure Development Fund is running for last 31 years, and this year we are sanctioning for RIDF 31. And let me tell you, RIDF, very good schemes have come, and we are now encouraging, there are 35 sectors where we are funding, but we are encouraging now green activities like solar, as morning in season also it was taking solar, or maybe for encouraging circular economy, for restoration of ecosystem. So all those areas are there, and we have got a very good portfolio, and as I told you, under RIDF also almost 1/3 of our portfolio is green. And we have got very good success stories in West Bengal also. In Purulia district, there is one floating solar pump, solar power generation system, where entire water body is covered with solar, and we are getting very good return. I had a video, but maybe again, I can share that with the organizer, and you can share that. FPO, yes, okay. So that way a lot of activities are coming, and now many livestock projects are also having rooftop solar, where energy is made from that solar. So this way, many sustainable initiatives are taken by NABARD, and we have got other products also, where even other community-based organizations also can chip in and work with NABARD. So I think I'll end here, and I can supplement later on.
Thank you. I think it's wonderful, because NABARD is like, for farmers, it is like Reserve Bank. Without NABARD, agriculture will not survive. And they have done such a wonderful job. I think it is one of the real milestones in Indian. But one thing, we have to, I think she is having a meeting, I think. So before leaving, you can say one point, what you expect from the government for your natural landscape. One point you can say. Because she has a meeting in Science City also.
Very crucial question. One regarding use of natural landscape and what should be government's input or policy in that. Without any, I think, if I think about the closest, the nearest one, being born and brought up in Calcutta, old Calcuttan I would say I am, not only me, my entire family. So I would think about a little bit lovable and livable Kolkata. So just one point is coming to my mind, which was there in my last slide probably. I will reiterate that one. On 23rd September 2025, I think all of you who were in Calcutta, you might have experienced only a breaking news on the next day that 12 people were electrocuted because the entire city was inundated. It was one eventuality, but the fallout, we never discussed what was the reason. That was an ecological disaster actually. That is in making, but we never realized that. We we recognize those things sometime, just like flicker of an eyelid, we just think about those points and then we forget. The city of Kolkata is actually sinking, and it is in such a state, ecologists know it, geologists know it, environmentalists know it, but again there is a binary. If I talk about environment, that is a false binary, that I'm against development. It's not like that. Development is not GDP plus growth factor. Development is also living sustainably. So I would request government to look at those points, to look at those wetlands in Kolkata all across without decimating those wetlands systematically, and to make it seriously taking care of those wetlands, whatever remnants are there. Along with that, putting some pressure, mainly or acting, I also act as a pressure group, not personally, from my institution, to put those wetlands health back to normalcy, to restore their health, as well as putting some taxes for waste management. I must say, as I told, there are 3 planetary emergencies. Pollution is out of this accumulation of huge amount of waste, and especially in our urban landscape. So urban landscape has a lot of opportunities. We must think about it. Kolkata city has grown like anything. It has grown, it has extended, the extended part of Kolkata. Look at it. All our artilleries, I think all the Britishers were not fooled. They have digged out a lot of canals and sluice gates, all choked now. Now we are living in a collapsing situation. I think government should seriously think about it. Again, I would say ecologically they should think about it, not only economically. I can't see this city dying. So thanks to it.
Thank you. I think you have raised a very valid points, and really, and not only human lives, in Baliganj area, almost all cars have been damaged. All cars. There is not a single car left because of this choking of the wetlands. I think it is one thing. But anyway, thanks, madam, for your kind presence and very valuable comments also. Thank you.
Jayanto sir, I would request to please do the honors of handing over this memento to her, Dr. Mitra.
Now I think there is another success story from Bengal Chamber. The speaker, Mr. Rajiv Mandal, CEO, Araggam Medisoft, he is also was incubated at Wearable and Bcc&I Tech Incubation in Calcutta. So I request Mr. Rajiv to give his comments on the subject.
Thank you, Jayantada. Good afternoon. We had incubated at Bcc&I Wearable Incubation Center, and from there we grew up, and now we are into accelerated mode, and we have graduated from the incubation and we are now into the field. So what Arogyam does is it takes care of 2 basic aspects of human life. One is health, the other is agriculture, or the health of food. So for me, sustainable agriculture is not about climate change, not about CSR activity. It's about protecting the infrastructure, the soil, water, and the rural ecosystem, whereby building a resilient system for the economic growth of the rural population. So what we did was that we initially got into the market. I'll share my experiences, and I'll develop from there. We initially developed a soil and water analyzer for collecting the data regarding soil at the grassroots level, at the field level, from where we could advise the farmers through a platform. How it helped? It helped in reducing the inputs. So that is where the sustainability came in. How it helped? It helped in increasing the yield. So this is how we went on, and gradually we added other factors like plant health and the traceability of the things. Now all these things that we brought to the market.
For information, just wait for another 5 or 7 minutes before we close it, because I know it is a stage time. Just wait for 5-10 minutes and we'll close the session lecture.
Yeah. So as I was saying, like all these things put together, how it helps is that it gives one robust soil, which in turn gives good productivity and predictable productivity. Second, is the traceability instruments that we have, where we can trace the nutrition travel from the soil to the plant to the end products. That, and adding to that the analyzers for your pesticide residue and the your heavy metal content. These helps in having a traceability, traceability of the produces. So combined together, it fetches a farmer a better return on their efforts. Two is that it helps the farmers in having a very traceable product. So all these added together, the companies who are buying from these farmers, they have an edge because they can provide a traceable product to the end users, be it an export or be it to the table. This in turn gives a very healthy transmission of nutrition and a better sustainable agricultural ecosystem. So for the sustainability, what I would like to add on is that for the sustainability of the rural ecosystem, the companies must think in this aspect that the capital investment is into the infrastructure, it's actually an infrastructure building rather than a CSR activity.
Thank you. Sorry for the constraints in timing. We had a video message of Dr. Mr. Venovor, Program Specialist, Natural Science, UNESCO, New Delhi, Regional Office for Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, Nepal, the Maldives and Sri Lanka. This message will be uploaded in the Bengal Chamber website. You can directly access from that. You will share the link also for your knowledge information. So anyway, thanks for bearing us for last 45 minutes. We are really privileged for that thing, and you are the most privileged audience, I should say. And thank you for coordinating with the esteemed speaker on these subjects. Thank you to Dr. Sangeeta Mishra, Ms. Soma Mishra Mukherjee, Mr. Mrinal Kanti De, Mr. Rajiv Mandal, and of course Mr. Veno Board also for his message also. Thank you BCCI for giving this opportunity for this platform, and thank the organizer Angona and his team for making this event so memorable. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Janto sir. Can I please ask you to do the honors of giving away the mementos to Mr. Mrinal Kanti De, Mr. Rajiv Mandal.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Angona, you also come join, no? Please. Please join. You also come. Ma'am, it will be wonderful if you can come. Please come. Thank you very much.
With that, we come to the end of the Business Meet Sustainability Summit's maiden edition. We thank all our distinguished guests, speakers, and our media friends. And we would honestly want to thank our partners, Bengal Gas Company Limited, Jupiter Wagons, NTPC East, Peerless, Texmaco, and Nalco, to have supported us in this summit. Without whose support, this event would have not been possible. Thank you, everybody. We will meet next year with the second edition of this summit. Thank you.